Chapter 727 The Alien Awakens. 1. Wang Ting didn't know that he was being called a nanny. But soon, he found out. Song Wanjiang chased after him. He waited in the treatment room for the result and only came running after Wang Ting when he knew that everyone's injuries had gotten better. Nanny Chief Commander, we still have many other injured martial warriors. Why don't you help them too? Everyone can recover faster and contribute to the troop more. Song Wanjiang dashed over and said. What did you call me just now? Wang Ting's gaze turned dangerous. He glared at Song Wanjiang. If he heard it right, this fellow had called him nanny. To hell with a nanny. Why don't you be the nanny? Wang Ting was infuriated and felt humiliated. He might be treating his troop well, but he wasn't a nanny. Chief Commander, you must have heard wrong. Song Wanjiang felt cold sweat on his forehead. His head went numb, and he almost shivered in fear. Say it one more time and I'll let you know the consequences, Wang Ting said fiercely. He must stop this trend before it started. If not, his reputation would be destroyed. Yes, yes. Song Wanjiang replied readily. All right, gather everyone on the deck. Wang Ting snorted. I'll do it immediately. Song Wanjiang was elated. He went to carry out the order while almost skipping. Very soon, the deck was filled with martial warriors from the Black Sparrow troop. They were confused. They gathered in their little groups and discussed in low voices. Why did they gather us here? I don't know. I hope it ends soon. I need to go back to recuperate. Since they have gathered everyone, there must be something important. While everyone was talking, the martial warriors from the Crimson Tiger Troop and the Xuanwu Troop, who were on their own battlecraft, looked over curiously. Their attention was attracted. Very soon, Wang Ting arrived with Song Wanjiang and the other deputy commanders. Quiet! Song Wanjiang opened his mouth and said, We've gathered everyone here because we want to let Chief Commander treat all of you. Treat us? Everyone glanced at one another in bewilderment. Their expressions were the same as the heavily injured patients from before. The Chief Commander was going to treat them? They found it absurd. Wang Ting saw their reaction, but he was too lazy to explain himself, directly executing his bestow of the goddess instead. The light rain fell and rained on everyone. Sigh, the doubtful martial warriors trembled and made an indescribable sigh uncontrollably. It wasn't just one or two martial warriors. All of them made the same sound. It was so loud that the other two battlecrafts also heard them. They were puzzled. What just happened? Why were the martial warriors from the Black Sparrow troop moaning suddenly? Although they had noticed the light rain, no one knew what it was. Light force was extremely rare. Only Ale possessed it, so it was normal that no one had seen it before. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. By the time the martial warriors on the deck regained their senses, Wang Ting had left. They finally understood that the Chief Commander was indeed treating them. Moreover, the effects were amazing. He's our nanny, someone suddenly said. These martial warriors were all young fellows. They played games normally, so they understood the other meaning of this word. Nanny. Indeed, he's a nanny. Our Black Sparrow troop has our own nanny now. Everyone found this nickname appropriate and acknowledged it. It started spreading throughout the troop at the speed of light. Wang Ting didn't know anything. He had returned to his own room. He wanted to sit down and count his gains properly. His clone had brought back plenty of good stuff, including the alien spacecraft. He didn't have the time to investigate it properly in the past. Now, it belonged to him, so he could do anything with it. The instant he sat down, Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng came to find him. They had heard of his nanny deeds. Normally, the three troops guarded their own territory, so they wouldn't know much about the Black Sparrow troop. Even if there were news, it would take a long time to reach them. However, they were parked side by side. News spread within a second, and it was not like Wang Ting planned to hide it. Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng were anxious. There were many injured patients in their troop. If they weren't treated in time, there might be long-term side effects, hindering their cultivation in the future. Wang Ting, quick! Follow me! Zhou Xuanwu pulled him out the instant he saw him. Wait, what are we doing? Can you explain first? Wang Ting was surprised. This was the first time he saw an impatient Zhou Xuanwu. He was puzzled. What explanation? We know about your nanny deeds. Quick, we need to save people, Zhou Xuanwu said. Wang Ting didn't hear much, but he heard the word nanny. His face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He pushed Zhou Xuanwu away and replied in anger, Who are you calling a nanny? If anyone dares to say it again, I'll teach him a lesson. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 728 The Alien Awakens, 2. Zhou Xuanwu felt awkward and said in embarrassment, that's a misunderstanding. Let's not talk about it anymore. Quick, saving lives is more important. We mustn't waste any time. Xiao Nanfeng chuckled to himself. He knew how narrow-minded Wang Ting was. If he laid his eyes on you, you would be in trouble. He felt fortunate that he didn't speak. If not, he might be the one saying nanny. Wang Ting took a deep breath. He must be really unlucky to be given this nickname out of the blue. Besides, it was such a speechless nickname. Who did he provoke? Let's go. He walked out with a grim expression. He wouldn't joke about saving lives. Okay. Zhou Xuanwu followed him carefully. At the moment, a 13-star high-tier general stage martial warrior seemed like a sidekick. He smiled and didn't dare to offend Wang Ting again. The following matters were simple. Wang Ting executed the bestow of the goddess 2 times with a wave of his hand and treated the seriously injured patients from the 2 troops. Then, he left with a black face. This nickname would stick with him after this matter ended. He was certain of it. Wang Ting arrived at his room and sighed. There were too many mishaps in his life. He was so unlucky. He did a good deed, yet he still ended up with a weird nickname. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Gradually, his consciousness entered the space fragment in his mind. There was a circular spacecraft placed in the middle, taking up a large section of the space fragment. The spacecraft was entirely black. It gave off an eerie and deep feeling. No gaps could be found on its surface. Wang Ting remembered the scene he saw inside the spacecraft. There were no cracks inside either. It was amazing. He wondered what technology was used to build this spacecraft. Wang Ting wanted to enter the spacecraft, but he realized that he was in a spiritual form. Even if he went inside, he couldn't touch anything. How was he supposed to investigate the spacecraft? Outside, Wang Ting frowned. He contemplated and said, By right, if I can keep things inside, I should be able to enter too. He decided to give it a try once he thought of it. But before this, I should leave a clone outside just to be safe. Wang Ting started putting his thoughts into motion. He merged his force and spirit and formed a special mist. The mist in front of him started changing shape. Another Wang Ting appeared gradually. I'll leave you outside, Wang Ting said. The clone sat down cross-legged on the bed and nodded with a smile. No problem. Go ahead. Wang Ting nodded. He activated his mind and employed the method he used to store the other items on himself. In an instant, his figure disappeared. The clone's eyes flickered and he muttered to himself. His body disappeared, and I can't sense the presence of the space fragment. This is a paradox. The space fragment is inside his body, but he can enter the space fragment. Interesting, forget it. I can't make sense of it. Let the real Wang Ting think about it. The clone shook his head and gloated. He slowly closed his eyes and started meditating like an old monk, disregarding everything that was happening outside. Wang Ting also knew the situation outside through his clone. It was just like he imagined, but when he knew what his clone was thinking, he wanted to laugh. You are my clone. Shouldn't you help me? Why are you gloating when you see me facing a hard question? Wang Ting shook his head and walked into the spacecraft. It felt different this time. His mentality had changed. Last time, he had sneaked in, unlike his swaggering style now. He wasn't worried about anyone finding him. Wang Ting passed through the hall and entered the room where the alien was. These aliens were kept in sleeping cabins. They weren't dead, but their vitality was weak. However, they couldn't escape his eyes of essence. He didn't look at them carefully in the past because the situation didn't allow him to. Wang Ting came to the room directly and opened the door. He walked in. The aliens were still hibernating. There was no movement. Wang Ting walked to the sleeping cabins and frowned in deep thought. He hadn't thought of what to do with these aliens. Through the transparent sleeping cabins, he could see that the aliens inside were locked up. They were tied to the bottom of the sleeping cabins and couldn't move. With his level of rune mastery, Wang Ting noticed the runes on the lock. They were especially used to seal one's force. They were different from the other binding runes he saw in the past, but they were profound. This was why he felt at ease. Who knew if these aliens woke up suddenly and ran out? Wang Ting had no idea who they were. They might cause trouble if they ran wild. He complete a couple of rounds and confirmed that there was nothing strange. He decided to look at other areas to understand the operations of this spacecraft. He might be able to get some information about these aliens, but just as Wang Ting was about to walk out of the room, his expression changed. He turned around abruptly with a vigilant expression. Just now, a strange voice had suddenly rang in his mind. Young man. The voice was strange, but he was speaking in country Xia's language. Thus he understood. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Wang Ting's body tensed up. He was the only person from country Xia here. The others were hibernating aliens. This was his space fragment. There were no other living creatures here. So were these aliens talking to him just now? Wang Ting turned serious. He glanced at the sleeping cabin. It would be troublesome if they woke up. But when he scanned the cabins, none of them had opened their eyes. They were in the same posture. Wang Ting's gaze turned sharp. He activated his eyes of essence to see which one was awake. Very soon, he found his target. One of them was indeed awake. After receiving the eyes of essence, Wang Ting experimented with it many times, including using it to observe the difference between a person's soul and body when he was awake and sleeping. Normally, when a person was asleep, the cells in their body and their souls would be sleeping too. If they were awake, they would be more active. There was a huge difference. You couldn't tell the difference from the outside. However, if you observed it at the microscopic level, it was easy to observe. Wang Ting sneered. Despite being awake, he was using this method to communicate with him. It looked like his condition was bad. That was why he put on this show in an attempt to fool him. However, he was always the one to fool others. What a joke. Does he think he can fool me? He should be glad that I didn't fool him. Wang Ting decided to beat him at his own game. He pretended to panic and said, "Who's speaking? Come out." The Oscar winner was in action. "Don't be nervous, young man," the voice resounded again. "Who are you? Come out. If you don't, I'll leave." Wang Ting pretended to be scared. He seemed ready to escape at any moment. The alien felt speechless. Why was he so afraid of death? Look at how timid he was. "I'm in front of you. I have no evil intention." The alien had no choice but to be direct. He was afraid that the young man would really run away if he frightened him. "In front of me?" Wang Ting glanced at the sleeping cabin ahead and exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you the alien?" "To be more exact, we are Plato beings," the voice replied. "Plato beings," Wang Ting muttered. He stammered and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Don't worry. Plato beings are a peaceful race. I won't do anything to you. I just want to have a chat with you. I hope that we can cooperate just like how we worked together with the human before you," the voice continued. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 729. Young man, is there anything you want? Cooperate. Wang Ting was stunned. This wasn't what he expected. This alien who called himself a Plato being wanted to cooperate with him? No, he must be lying. Those who are not our kin are sure to be of a different heart. This Plato being must have other intentions. Wang Ting wasn't stupid. He immediately guessed that the other party had ulterior motive. However, he didn't think that the Pope had agreed to work together with these aliens. Where did he get the confidence to do that? Wasn't he afraid of getting fooled by them? Wang Ting finally understood why the Zhenli clan managed to make so much progress in their research. It must have something to do with this collaboration. Wang Ting snorted in his heart, but he didn't display it on his face. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Cooperate? How?" "Very simple. Let's make an exchange. Tell me what you want and I'll ask a favor from you that's of equal value," the awakened Plato being said. "I see. This sounds fair," Wang Ting touched his chin and said in contemplation. The Plato being was elated. This young man was easier to fool than the other human. He hadn't even started his speech, yet this fellow was already duped. "Oh right, what's your name?" Wang Ting suddenly asked. "My name is Sha Didi." "Plato," the Plato being replied after a moment of silence. "Sha Didi?" Wang Ting was stunned. What kind of stupid name is that? Was this fellow serious? Wang Ting felt that this name was too casual. Also, this Plato being used the planet's name as his surname. He suspected that the other party was lying. "I'm not lying. Our names are all like this. Everyone uses our planet's name as our surname." Sha Didi knew what Wang Ting was thinking, so he hurriedly explained himself. "All right, stupid little brother." Wang Ting nodded. "It's Sha Didi." The Plato being emphasized. "Why are you familiar with our language?" Wang Ting asked. "We have an advanced translation technology. I've already grasped all the languages on this planet, including Country Xia's language," Sha Didi said proudly. To show off, he spoke some of the more common languages on this planet. He didn't care if Wang Ting understood him or not. Wang Ting didn't care either. It was easy for him to learn a language. He just needed to pick up some language attribute bubbles. This stupid little brother was seriously an idiot. Why was he boasting in front of him? Wang Ting rolled his eyes in contempt secretly. Wow, amazing! However, he still pretended to be amazed. "So, do you want this language translation technology?" Sha Didi asked in delight. "No." Wang Ting refused. Sha Didi was stunned. He seemed impressed. Why did he reject him so quickly and decisively? It was as if he was faking it. "What do you want?" Sha Didi sighed and asked. "What do you have that's worth exchanging?" Wang Ting replied to him with a question of his own. "I have a high-tech device that can allow you to teleport. What do you think?" Sha Didi pondered for a moment before saying, "Teleport." Wang Ting was surprised. After all, Earth's technology hadn't advanced to that level yet. Indeed, the Plato civilization was outstanding. They could travel through the universe and come to Earth. What do you think? With this teleportation device, you will have an advantage during a battle. You can catch your opponent off guard and defeat them. Any enemy will become useless in front of you. You will reach the peak of your life and become the cream of the crop on Earth. You will be admired and praised by everyone. Think about the good life you will have. Sha Didi started brainwashing Wang Ting. He was like a salesman trying to induce Wang Ting to buy his product. Actually, the teleportation device wasn't as amazing. First, you needed to charge it with a special energy. Every single usage required a large amount of such energy, so ordinary people couldn't afford to use it. Sha Didi was digging a hole for Wang Ting to jump. Once Wang Ting used the teleportation device and got a taste of its power, he would seek more and more energy to charge this device. At that time, Wang Ting would have to come and find him again. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. The teleportation device wasn't convenient either. It needed a long time to charge, so you needed to prepare before you used it. The most lethal disadvantage was its short distance of teleportation. Also, the location you got teleported was random. If your enemy caught you or discovered your destination, all the efforts would be in vain. Of course, you could use this device to save yourself at crucial times. Also, if you used it properly, you could surprise your opponents during a battle. This was why Sha Didi used it to trick Wang Ting. He had to make sure that this device could continue attracting Wang Ting in the future. Unfortunately, this was a useless object to Wang Ting. It held no attraction to him at all. He was a genius who possessed space talent. He could travel through space without using any teleportation device, and the effects were much better. It wouldn't require additional energy and was convenient and environment-friendly. If Sha Didi knew, his jaws might drop. A space talent was rare even in the universe, yet a human on Earth possessed it. How was it possible? How far can you teleport? Wang Ting had decided to reject him. He twirled his pupils and asked a sharp question. Probably within 10 kilometers. Sha Didi hesitated before replying to him. He smiled and tried to entice Wang Ting again. Don't look down on this distance. If you use it properly, it can have unexpected results. Fine, I don't want it. What can you do with 10 kilometers? Wang Ting rejected instantly. Sha Didi. He was rejected again. Rejected without any mercy. Sha Didi felt exasperated. This wasn't what he had expected. Why didn't this young man take his bait? How could this country bumpkin from Earth resist this temptation? Sha Didi was cursing in his heart. He felt that all his efforts were futile. He was helpless. He made an important bet. Young man, I think you don't have a suitable weapon, right? Well, I have one forged by a Grandmaster blacksmith using the star bone of a universe behemoth. With it, you will possess unparalleled battle power and be undefeatable among your peers. Do you want it? Sha Didi asked. It has the same pronunciation as stupid little brother in Chinese. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 730 Spiritual Duel. Universe Behemoth. Wang Ting was tempted. This time, the bait Sha Didi threw out had attracted his attention. But he was a little puzzled. What's the difference between the universe behemoth and our star beasts? Wang Ting asked. Haha, don't compare the universe behemoth with an ordinary star beast. They're two different concepts. Sha Didi scoffed. What's the difference? Wang Ting wasn't angered by his attitude. Instead, he got more curious. The universe behemoth is a powerful presence. Any creature that's given the title has the ability to destroy a planet. Do you think an ordinary star beast can be compared to it? A normal star beast is nothing in front of a universe behemoth. Wang Ting was astounded. Was the universe behemoth so impressive? A universe behemoth could destroy a planet. What kind of presence was that? Wang Ting suddenly felt fortunate. The Earth had never met a universe behemoth in the past. If not, it wouldn't be able to withstand a single breath from that beast. How scary! Suddenly, he felt excited. Since the universe behemoth was so powerful, the weapon made from its star bone must be an ultimate divine weapon, right? Wang Ting suddenly felt curious. Did this guy have this weapon? Was he honestly willing to take it out to exchange with him? Since the universe behemoth is so powerful, how are you able to get its star bone to forge a weapon? Don't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? We found this treasure after spending much time and effort. If you want it, I can exchange it with you. Of course, you need to give me something in return, Sha Didi said confidently. What do you want? Wang Ting asked with shimmering eyes. It's not about what I want. It's about what you can give. The universe behemoth is precious and extremely rare. I can't give it to you easily. Let me think about it. Wang Ting pretended to be in deep thought. In his heart, he was sniggering. This stupid little brother must have some big ambitions. That was why he threw such a huge temptation out. Think about it slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Sha Didi didn't urge him. Then a moment of silence ensued. This was a fight of patience. They waited to see who would speak up first. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry either. He didn't believe that Sha Didi would be able to take out a divine weapon. Even if he did have it, he wouldn't give it to him. If he took it out, he would definitely snatch it from him like a dog snatching meat. Wait, he wasn't a dog. All in all, Wang Ting felt that he was lying. Hence, Wang Ting decided to grasp the initiative. Oh right! Wang Ting suddenly shouted. Sha Didi was elated. He thought that Wang Ting couldn't stand it anymore. Since you're already awake, why don't you open your eyes? You have no sincerity. Are you trying to trick me? Wang Ting took a few steps back and said with vigilance. Sha Didi felt like cursing. You sure took your sweet time to notice this. He had been closing his eyes for almost half a day. If he wanted to do something, he would have done it already. He wouldn't need to wait. You're lying, right? Everything you said is fake. Universe Behemoth, Starbone, you're just lying. You're a bad person. Wang Ting shouted. Wait, Sha Didi yelled back. I wasn't lying. I didn't open my eyes because I just woke up and my eyes haven't gotten used to this environment. I didn't think that you would misunderstand. I'll open them now. Let's chat properly. Don't run away. I have no evil intention. He coaxed many times before Wang Ting stopped and looked at him curiously. Sha Didi was afraid that he would run away again, so he quickly opened his eyes. However, he saw a pair of eyes with a strange crimson glint staring at him. Awa, oh shit! Sha Didi was shocked. He wanted to close his eyes immediately. It's too late. Wang Ting mocked. He instilled his spiritual power into Sha Didi's eyes, filling them with crimson red light. Sha Didi's gaze turned muddy. Wang Ting's spiritual power had invaded his consciousness. Huh! At this moment, he got a shock. When he was invading Sha Didi's consciousness, he felt resistance. A powerful spiritual power was circling in Sha Didi's consciousness. It involuntarily turned into a defensive wall, blocking Wang Ting's spiritual power. Get out! Sha Didi's angry voice sounded in his consciousness. He has Imperial Realm's spiritual sower. Wang Ting muttered to himself in surprise. He could sense that Sha Didi's spiritual power had reached the same realm as him. This was the first time he met someone on his level. But he came from another planet, so it wasn't strange. Fortunately, Sha Didi seemed to have just entered the Imperial Realm. Hence, there was still a huge difference between them. Stop struggling in vain. Wang Ting snorted. He instantly elevated his spiritual power. Wang Ting's spiritual power formed numerous thorns in his mind and flew toward the shield. Spirit penetration. Wang Ting used a spiritual attack on Sha Didi. Damn it, it's a spiritual attack. Sha Didi's voice was filled with anxiety. He shouted, Spiritual shield, block it for me. A spiritual shield created from spiritual power appeared not far away from Wang Ting. Clang, 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 in an instant, metallic sounds were heard in their mind. Wang Ting's spirit penetration collided with his opponent's spiritual shield. Without any sparks, they started destroying each other. Sha Didi's spiritual shield managed to block Wang Ting's spiritual attack. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Spiritual defense. Wang Ting was elated. This was good stuff. It was a spiritual defense skill. He wanted it. Young man, you're a sly person. I almost fell for your trap. However, you won't be able to reach my consciousness. Shah Didi's voice resounded in his mind. He sounded furious yet proud at the same time. Really? Wang Ting snorted. He was too naive if he thought that he could block his attack just like that. More. He added more blank attributes to his spirit penetration. Wang Ting had never used his spirit penetration ever since he received it. Hence, it was maintained at the foundation stage. His saved-up blank attributes came in handy now. He used them to raise his spirit penetration's level, increasing it from foundation to well-versed, small achievement, big achievement, and finally perfected stage. Spirit penetration. 3,000 perfected. The level up cost him close to 5,000 blank attribute. Fortunately, Wang Ting had accumulated many blank attributes, so he had a choice. Try my attack again. Wang Ting smiled and released his spiritual power one more time. It gathered in front of him. Very soon, sharp and long spears appeared in Shah Didi's consciousness. His attack went from thorns to spears. The difference was huge. Shah Didi had a bad premonition when he heard Wang Ting's confident boast. Seeing the long spears, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How is this possible? Shah Didi stuttered as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't even perform this powerful spiritual attack. Yet, this earthling was able to do it. He couldn't believe his eyes. Go! Wang Ting was too lazy to waste any time. He moved his thoughts, and the spears shot towards the spiritual shield with a sharp glint. Shah Didi was flabbergasted. He released the spiritual power in the depth of his mind to withstand Wang Ting's attack. Boom! The spears had slammed into his spiritual shield, giving birth to a loud explosion in his consciousness. Shah Didi screamed in pain. Ah! Cracks started appearing on the spiritual shield. Shah Didi no longer felt delighted or arrogant. He shouted in a hurry, Stop! Stop this immediately! Wang Ting sneered. He didn't show any signs of stopping. In fact, he added more spiritual power, and the spears increased in intensity. Bang! Ah! Spiritual shield collapsed and Shah Didi screamed in agony again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 731 Spiritual Contract and the Spacecraft Core. 1. As the spiritual shield shattered, Wang Ting finally saw the scenery in the depth of Shah Didi's mind. There was a ball of smoke made from his spirit floating in his consciousness. It kept tossing, turning, and screaming in pain. This was Shah Didi's spirit. However, his spirit was being mauled cruelly at this moment, so it was very weak. One couldn't tell that it was at the Imperial Realm. Unluckily, he met Wang Ting, who was also at the Imperial Realm. Also, Wang Ting didn't just reach the Imperial Realm. His spiritual power was almost at the intermediate level while Shah Didi's seemed to be at the beginner stage. He had probably just set foot into the Imperial Realm. In addition, Wang Ting possessed the perfected stage spirit penetration. Shah Didi had no chance of resisting. After he succeeded, his gaze landed on the area where the spiritual shield had cracked. A few attribute bubbles had dropped there. That was right. Attribute bubbles. Wang Ting was stunned. Attribute bubbles could appear in the consciousness. They were everywhere. Let me give a thumbs up to the system. Wang Ting didn't hesitate and picked up the attribute bubbles. Spiritual Shield * 25 Imperial Realm Spirit * 65 Spiritual Shield * 30 Imperial Realm Spirit * 115 Imperial Realm Spirit * 85 Spiritual Shield * 18. When these attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body, he froze for a moment. He knew that there would be Spiritual Shield and Imperial Realm Spirit attribute bubbles, but he didn't expect such a large number. He received 73 points of Spiritual Shield attributes and 265 points of Imperial Realm Spirit. As the Spiritual Shield entered his body, The related cultivation method also appeared in his mind. The scenes of cultivation floated into his memory too. In these images, a Plato being who looked like Shah Didi was cultivating. He controlled his spiritual power and tried many times to assemble it into a shield. At first, he could only form a shield the size of his palm. It was translucent and broke at a single touch. However, through his perseverance and effort, the shield got stronger and bigger. Toward the end, the shield reached the size of the one Shah Didi formed when he was fighting with Wang Ting. This was obviously Shah Didi's cultivation process. This knowledge and understanding had become part of Wang Ting's memory now and turned into his experience and enlightenment. Wang Ting only had 73 points of spiritual shield, so he wouldn't be able to reach Shah Didi's level at once. Spiritual shield. 63 out of 100 well-versed, however, Wang Ting was satisfied. He received another spirit skill, and it was the defense skill he lacked. This was a great gain. Also, he had added 265 points of Imperial Realm Spirit directly to his spirit attribute tally. He didn't need to divide them multiple times like in the past. If it had Spiritual Realm or Emperor Realm, only a fraction of the actual amount would be added to his attribute count. Spirit, 2027/3000 Imperial Realm. Wang Ting looked at his Imperial Realm Spirit on his attributes panel. It had exceeded the 2000 mark. He was overjoyed. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. This was a huge rise. Who on earth are you? Why? How can you possess such powerful spiritual power? Shah Didi's furious voice burst out from the ball of spirit, attracting Wang Ting's attention. The voice was filled with disbelief. He didn't think that an earthling would possess a higher spiritual power than him. Me? I'm merely an earthling, just like what you think, Wang Ting said calmly. As they were speaking, his spiritual power swarmed towards the ball of spirit, closing in on Shah Didi gradually. Damn it, don't come over! Shah Didi's ball of spirit kept retreating. He was afraid of Wang Ting and didn't dare to get too close to him. Wang Ting didn't get impatient. He seemed calm and composed like a cat hunting a mouse. He felt that Shah Didi wouldn't be able to escape. The rat was trapped in the hole. He kept his distance to prevent Shah Didi from pouncing on him. After all, he didn't know what other methods this alien had up his sleeves. Don't you want to have an exchange with me? What are you afraid of? Wang Ting stepped closer and said with a smile. Shah Didi felt like cursing. If he didn't understand that he was fooled, he would be an idiot. This earthling must have realized his intentions right at the start, but he still wasted time enticing him. How bored must he be to do such a useless thing? Shah Didi almost went crazy. His eyes were filled with bitterness. He felt helpless and weak like a little child who got bullied. What do you want? Shah Didi asked in anger. Give me everything you have and I might consider letting you go, Wang Ting said. What a huge appetite you have! Shah Didi was astounded. The demands of this earthling exceeded his expectation. No wonder he didn't get fooled. What a sly fellow! This little creature didn't seem like an earthling. The other humans he met were ambitious, but there was a limit to it. They took the bait obediently after a few temptations. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 732 Spiritual Contract and the Spacecraft Core. 2. Last time, that human felt deeply grateful towards him once he gave him some small benefit. He was so happy that he almost lost himself. Yet, his methods didn't work on this young man. This young man wanted to snatch everything from him. My appetite has always been good, Wang Ting smiled and replied. At this moment, Shah Didi was forced to the edge of his consciousness. Everyone's consciousness had different sizes. Shah Didi's mind was only this big. Shah Didi's spirit started shivering. It shrunk to a corner of his consciousness. It stopped beating around the bush and told his intention directly. Let me go, and I'll tell you how to control the spacecraft. Oh! Wang Ting was stunned. You want to give me the spacecraft? Yes, if you're willing to let me go, the entire spacecraft will be yours, including everything inside. I will leave Earth and never come back, Sha Didi said hurriedly. How can you leave Earth without the spacecraft? Wang Ting asked curiously. You don't have to worry about that. We have our way of temporarily surviving in outer space. If you let me go, the deal will be fixed. Is that so? Wang Ting touched his chin and pretended to be in deep thought. After some time, he nodded and said, I can let you go. Killing you doesn't give me any benefit. However, you need to tell me how to control the spacecraft first. This is the prerequisite. Sha Didi was elated. I can tell you how to control the spacecraft, but you need to sign a spiritual contract with me to ensure the fairness of this deal. A spiritual contract? Wang Ting repeated the words in surprise. He felt confused. This spiritual contract seemed like an interesting item. Use the spiritual contract to ensure the fairness of the deal? Could it be that their civilization had grasped some profound rules he didn't know? That's right, a spiritual contract. Once the people who sign the spiritual contract disobey the rules, they will get punished by the power of the contract. In less serious cases, their souls will get injured, and they will become crippled. In the more serious ones, the souls will get destroyed. They will die instantly. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. Suddenly, he asked, Are you trying to trick me by using the rules of the contract? How is that possible? Sha Didi was stunned. He said hurriedly, If you don't believe me, you can write the rules. I'll not interfere. All right, it's decided then. Wang Ting pretended to be reluctant as he nodded. Then, he asked, Where's the spiritual contract? I have a space item on my wrist. The spiritual contract is kept inside. Wang Ting nodded. He moved his thoughts, and his consciousness returned to his body. However, a portion of his spiritual power still remained in Sha Didi's mind to prevent him from creating any trouble. With his current condition, it was impossible for him to turn the tides around anyway. Sha Didi took out an item from his space wristwatch and said, Open my sleeping cabin and I will send this out. It's all right. I can take it, Wang Ting said calmly. Sha Didi was wondering how he would take the spiritual contract when he felt the weight on his hand disappear. The item was already gone. What is this? Sha Didi was dumbfounded. He didn't see how Wang Ting did it. But with his experience, he immediately guessed the method. He was flabbergasted. This young man can control space. That's right. Only space power can do this. Wang Ting didn't care about what Sha Didi thought. His gaze landed on the item in his hand. This was a rectangular wooden box made from some unknown material. It was thick and sturdy and felt heavy. There were many patterns on the surface too. It looked simple and unpretentious. This feels ceremonial, Wang Ting muttered to himself. He used his eyes of essence to look at the content inside. After confirming that it was safe, he used his spiritual power to open the box. He didn't use his hands. Click. The wooden box opened as per normal. Nothing amiss happened. Wang Ting's expression didn't change. He wasn't afraid of death, but it was always good to be careful in front of this unknown alien. If not, he might die without any warning. There was an ancient scroll made of beast skin in the box. It didn't look special, but with his stronger origin of soul, he felt a special spiritual fluctuation. There were spiritual fluctuations on the scroll. Wang Ting was surprised. His eyes of essence was still activated, but he realized that he couldn't see the essence of this scroll. Interesting. Wang Ting smiled with interest. He added blank attributes to his eyes of essence. He had just received the eyes of essence not long ago, so it was still at the beginner stage. Eyes of essence, 1 out of 10, beginner. If he wanted to rise to another level, he needed 10 points of attribute. However, Wang Ting knew that the eyes of essence was the same as the spiritual sight. It might look like 10 attribute points, but in reality, more blank attributes were required. As expected, the blank attributes started decreasing dramatically. At the same time, Wang Ting's eyes started twitching uncontrollably. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. He lost 10,000 blank attributes before the eyes of essence reached the intermediate stage. Wang Ting's face turned green. Damn it, this eyes of essence was scarier than the spiritual sight. This skill could empty his blank attributes instantly. He couldn't afford to raise it. Mind you, he had exerted a lot of time and effort to accumulate 50,000 points of blank attribute. Yet, a fifth of it was used in an instant, and more would be needed in the future. He didn't have the points to raise it anymore. Eyes of essence. 1 out of 100 intermediate. Wang Ting stopped immediately when he saw the eyes of essence rising in level. The intermediate stage was enough. If there was a need, he would continue raising its level in the future. Wang Ting continued looking at the spiritual contract. The eyes of essence passed through layers of obstacles and saw the essence of the contract. That was a ball of strange energy. It seemed like a certain power of contract. Wang Ting remembered the strength of Ultima he had received from the ancient god's corpse. This power was even more frightening and profound than the strength of Ultima. Wang Ting had never seen this energy before. How did you get this spiritual contract? Wang Ting turned and asked Sha Didi with a strange gaze. I bought it. It's very expensive. How is it made? Who made it? Wang Ting asked again. It's made by runemasters who have grasped the power of contract. Only they can make this amazing spiritual contract, Sha Didi replied directly. Wang Ting nodded as he pondered. He stopped asking. He had gotten all the answers he wanted. Sha Didi wasn't a runemaster, so he wouldn't get anything else out of him. In that case, let's sign the contract, Wang Ting said. How do I use this? You can write the transaction rules on the contract. Then, use your origin of soul to sign your name and pass me to sign, Sha Didi explained. Wang Ting nodded. He followed the instructions and handed the spiritual contract to Sha Didi after completing everything. Sha Didi looked at the content carefully. He reread it 5 times to ensure that there were no problems before signing his name. It's done, right? Wang Ting asked. Yes. Sha Didi nodded. Then, he used voice transmission to tell Wang Ting how to control the universe spacecraft without any hesitation. He also took out an ice blue cube and said, "This is the core of the spacecraft. I've already erased the spiritual marks inside. You just have to carve your spiritual mark here, and you can control the spacecraft. Can you let me go now?" Wang Ting used his space talent to take the core. He weighed it on his hand and nodded. Once I have tested and confirmed that everything is fine, I'll let you go. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 733 Mick. Inside the Plato Being's spacecraft, Wang Ting followed Sha Didi's instructions and arrived at the control room. The control room was right in the center of the spacecraft. This was an extremely important location. Once the control room was damaged, there would be a breakdown, and the entire spacecraft would be destroyed. Wang Ting didn't know if there were any faults in the spacecraft. After all, it was attacked when it landed. However, based on Sha Didi's attitude, the problem wasn't huge. He would be seeking death if he used a useless spacecraft to transact with him. Very soon, Wang Ting walked through a corridor made of metal and came in front of a silver-white metallic door. Is this the place? Wang Ting recalled Sha Didi's instructions and opened a screen beside the door. He entered the code Sha Didi had told him. The door slowly opened with a beep. This wasn't a large room, but it looked like a scene from a science fiction movie. All the devices were turned off, and the control room was dull and silent. The entire spacecraft was in hibernation. The core cube was needed to activate it. Wang Ting walked over and smiled. The Pope had the spacecraft for a long time, but he didn't manage to enter the core area. Yet Wang Ting did it. He walked to the center of the control room as he thought about this. There was a seat there, the only seat in the control room. Wang Ting sat down and tilted the seat to the most comfortable angle. At this moment, the floor in front of the seat vibrated and a dark golden pillar rose up gradually. There was a square hole in the pillar. This was where he should place the core cube. I hope you didn't lie to me. If not, Wang Ting took out the core cube and instilled his spiritual power into it. If he wanted to leave his spiritual mark in the cube, he needed to use his spiritual power. The process was smooth. Wang Ting successfully left his mark in the cube without any accident. Blue lines started glowing on the core cube. The patterns were extremely simple at the start, but they soon spread throughout the entire cube. There were countless lines on it. Wang Ting's gaze lit up. He could clearly sense the connection between him and the cube. It looked like Sha Didi wasn't lying to him. He seemed to trust the power of the spiritual contract entirely. If not, he wouldn't have given Wang Ting control of the spacecraft so easily. Unfortunately, a smirk appeared on the edge of Wang Ting's lips as he thought of something. I just need to place the cube into the pillar. Wang Ting placed the core cube into the hole in the golden pillar without any hesitation. Once the core cube was placed into the hole, the blue lights on the cube merged into the golden pillar, and numerous blue lines started to appear on the golden pillar too. The lines covered the entire surface and stretched all the way onto the floor. It was connected to the entire spacecraft. Wang Ting was curious. The technology used to create this spacecraft was interesting, giving people an impressive feeling. Suddenly, the entire command room lit up. All the devices entered work mode and woke up from their slumber. My dear Master, welcome to the -3 spacecraft. In the intelligence system MiC 3957. A gentle voice sounded in the command room suddenly. MiC 3957. Wang Ting didn't like this name. He wanted to complain. Why don't you call yourself 9527? Intelligence system. Wang Ting called. Yes, you can call me MiC 3957, the voice was heard again. MiC 3957, why is this your name? Wang Ting asked curiously. That's because I'm the 3957th-3 spacecraft made by the Mark Technology Company, MiC 3957 said. Your name is so random. Wang Ting couldn't help but complain. MiC 3957. Don't you have a hologram? Wang Ting thought of his Queen Phoenix battlecraft. These two spacecraft couldn't be compared in terms of technology, but the Queen Phoenix battlecraft had a virtual image for its intelligence system. This was a humane design. Yet, this high-tech spacecraft didn't have it. My previous master didn't set a virtual image for me. If you like it, I can show you a sample. I can come out at any moment. It's a piece of cake. MiC 3957's voice was filled with confidence. Yes, Wang Ting heard confidence in its voice. It looked like the intelligence system was extremely high-tech. It exceeded Wang Ting's expectations. Never mind, it's fine. Wang Ting felt embarrassed to create the virtual image. Its previous master was most likely Sha Didi. If he didn't do it, he wouldn't either. Okay. 3975. What's the condition of this spacecraft? Wang Ting finally asked the crucial question. The instant he threw this question out, a screen appeared in front of Wang Ting, with blue-colored data floating on it. My dear master, this spacecraft is 15% damaged. The main force engine isn't damaged, but 2 out of the 6 auxiliary engines are unfunctional. 30% of the reserve energy is still available. MiC 3957 started introducing force engine. Wang Ting started pondering, yes, The spacecraft uses a force compression unit to compress mass reserves of constellation force into energy to sustain the sailing of the spacecraft, MiG 3957 said. Constellation force. Wang Ting nodded. He asked, "Can we set sail right now?" "No problem," MiG 3957 replied. "No hurry. We'll have a chance to try it in the future." Wang Ting shook his head. "Continue to hibernate." "Yes, my dear master." MiG 3957 obeyed Wang Ting's order and went silent. The entire command room dimmed. Wang Ting took out the core cube and closed the command room. He went back to the room where the aliens were sleeping. "How is it? You should have controlled the spacecraft already, right? Can you let me go now?" Sha Didi asked as soon as he saw Wang Ting coming back. "Don't be impatient." Wang Ting smiled. "Don't forget that we have signed the spiritual contract. If you renege, there will be serious consequences." Sha Didi's expression changed as he threatened him. "Ah, that will be so scary." Wang Ting pretended to be scared, patting his chest. Sha Didi was rendered speechless. "Could you be a little more fake?" He suddenly had a bad feeling. This fellow didn't seem scared. Was he honestly not afraid of the power of the spiritual contract? That was impossible. Chapter 734. An astonishing piece of news. Sha Didi was stunned by his own thoughts. But the instant this thought appeared, he shook his head and denied it. No one could disregard the power of the contract, not even formidable martial warriors in the universe. This earthling wouldn't be able to do it. "Are you sure you signed the spiritual contract?" Two items suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's hands. One was a spiritual contract while the other was an ordinary beast scroll. Sha Didi's bad feeling got stronger. Wang Ting smiled as he opened the two scrolls, placing them in front of Sha Didi. The spiritual contract was empty. Their previous transaction was written on an ordinary scroll. "How is this possible?" Sha Didi squinted. His expression changed entirely, and he started screaming in disbelief. "Nothing is impossible. You got tricked." Wang Ting gave an evil smile. He had used spiritual illusion while signing the contract. Sha Didi's spiritual power was injured, so he failed to detect it. "You're despicable." Sha Didi was indignant. He had no choice but to accept fate. The truth was laid out in front of him. He had to believe it. However, he didn't understand how Wang Ting swapped the two scrolls. "You know why you came to Earth?" Wang Ting sneered. Sha Didi's gaze flickered. He admitted that they had evil intentions when they discovered this planet outside of the Olant Federation. Thrilled and exhilarated, they lost their cool. Before they landed, they realized that this planet was extremely backward. The strongest warrior hadn't even reached the planetary stage. They could easily take over this remote and underdeveloped planet even though they were almost the weakest in the universe. Thus, they let down their guards. This caused an accident when they landed on this planet. They didn't realize that there was a space overlap on this planet. They only noticed it when they got closer and their spacecraft got affected by the power of space. They reacted in time, but all of them got grievously injured by the frightening power of space. A human found them coincidentally and captured them. Thinking back about it, it was a sorrowful event. This was a great chance for them to get wealthy. Mind you, in the universe, a planet with life was an important resource. This planet was enough to generate real wealth. If they did it properly, they might obtain part of the operations and earn for the rest of their lives. The mission of universe explorers like them was to find planet. That was why they traveled thousands of miles in space. Also, this might not be a bad thing for the locals on this planet. They could get advanced technologies and higher martial arts paths. It was better than living in stupidity for the rest of their lives. Of course, this was their own wishful thinking. Which planet would want to sell itself? Wang Ting didn't know any of the details, but he could guess from Sha Didi's expression. These aliens had no good intentions. "What do you want?" Sha Didi snorted. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape from Wang Ting. Thus, he stopped hoping. Explorers like them fought their way through the universe. The universe was a mysterious place with countless dangers. None of the explorers were easy to deal with. Even if he was afraid of death, he wouldn't show it. Why don't I suggest an exchange with you? Wang Ting smiled. An exchange? Sha Didi felt exasperated. He said this to Wang Ting some time ago, but now their roles were switched. He knew that the other party had his own intentions, but he wouldn't give up easily when there was a chance. If he didn't have to die, he wouldn't want to. What exchange? Sha Didi asked in frustration. It's very simple. Wang Ting opened his mouth and looked into Sha Didi's serious gaze. Before he finished his sentence, a crimson glow appeared. Bewitch. Damn it, this move again. Sha Didi was stunned. His expression changed, but this time, he had no chance of resisting. His mind trembled and he lost his consciousness. An exchange? Only an idiot will make a deal with you. Wang Ting smirked. He confirmed that Sha Didi had lost consciousness before questioning him. Under the bewitched skill, Sha Didi told him everything he knew. Very soon, Wang Ting dug out all the secrets of these aliens. The more Sha Didi said, the more serious Wang Ting's expression got. He could see a large universe map gradually opening in front of him. The world was vast, and there were numerous complicated races in it. They were also formidable presences that could rule the universe. All these things were a huge stimulation to him. This was beyond comprehension. There was a large world outside Earth. In this universe, there were also powerful martial arts civilizations many times stronger than Earth. Mind you, if the Xingwu continent didn't get connected to Earth, it might still be an ordinary planet with no martial arts. Earth was an underdeveloped planet. Wang Ting took a deep breath after some time. There was a strange glint in his eyes as he muttered to himself. The Olant Federation, planetary stage, universe explorers, selling planets with life on it. All these astonishing pieces of news jumped out of Wang Ting's mouth. If there were other people present, they would be dumbfounded. This was too much information. Even Wang Ting was at a loss. He wanted to report this information to the higher authorities of country Xia and the world. After all, this was important news for Earth. But the impact was too huge. He wouldn't know what to say even if he wanted to. Wang Ting thought for a moment and gave up on this idea. Some people might lay their eyes on his spacecraft if he revealed the information. At that time, things would become troublesome. Although he didn't plan to hide it, he wanted to wait until he was strong enough. At that time, no one would dare to touch his things. It wouldn't take long. At that moment, Sha Didi woke up and looked at Wang Ting in astonishment. His heart was filled with despair. This fellow was a devil. Everything he said was fake. An exchange? He was lying to him again. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Sha Didi recalled what happened and realized that he had been tricked all the way. His bluffing skills were nothing in front of Wang Ting. Oh, crying face. He felt hopeless. Wang Ting started self-reflecting when he saw his expression. Was he a little too outrageous? Even an alien was doubting himself. He couldn't bear to see him in agony. Ashamed. Ashamed. Wang Ting self-reflected for 3 seconds before he looked at Sha Didi. Any last words? If you have nothing to say, I'll release you from your predicament. You seem to be in pain. Sha Didi was astounded. This was the first time he had heard someone using such a refreshing way to tell him he wanted to kill him. Damn it, he was inhumane. Sha Didi wanted to curse, but he didn't dare. He looked at Wang Ting's indifferent gaze and felt a chill run down his spine. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. I'm still useful. Sha Didi swallowed his saliva and cried in a hurry. Oh! Wang Ting was surprised. Then, he asked with interest, I can't think of how you might be useful. I know that someone like you won't want to stay on this undeveloped planet for the rest of your life. One day you will step into the vast universe. I might not be the strongest, but I've been to many places. I can be your guide. It will save you much trouble when you enter the universe in the future, Sha Didi explained quickly. You seem quite useful. Wang Ting touched his chin and nodded in agreement. Sha Didi was elated. He felt that he had managed to save himself. But this still wasn't enough. He struck when the iron was hot and said, "There are many factions in the universe. You are born on an undeveloped planet, so your starting point is behind others. You will definitely meet many obstacles if you don't have someone guiding you. You might even provoke someone you shouldn't. I can help you evade all these. You're good at promoting yourself." Wang Ting looked at Sha Didi strangely. He was prepared to kill him, but this alien had managed to convince him. He had to admit that he made sense. "Never mind, I'll spare your life for now. This is my territory, so you won't be able to cause much trouble anyway," Wang Ting said nonchalantly. He was in control of this spacecraft, and they were in his space fragment. It was impossible for him to escape. Hence, Wang Ting wasn't worried. In the future, when he got stronger, these Plato beings wouldn't be his match. He wouldn't need to be afraid of them backstabbing him. Other people wouldn't dare to lower their vigilance in front of an alien even if it was heavily injured. Moreover, this was their first time hearing about the presence of planetary stage formidable warriors. They didn't know if they could beat them. However, Wang Ting was a bug. He was extremely confident in himself. Knowing one's limitation was wisdom. He had it. Sha Didi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Wang Ting's words. This is too difficult. He was a planetary stage warrior, but he fell in the hands of an earthling who hadn't even reached his level. He even had to promote himself and beg him to show mercy. This was the most arduous moment in his life. Sha Didi felt that he was probably the most unlucky planetary stage formidable warrior in the universe. "Oh right, let me take a look at your cultivation scriptures and battle techniques," Wang Ting suddenly said. Sha Didi was shocked. He hesitated. "Why? You can't do it?" Wang Ting's expression turned cold. "No, you misunderstood me. I can't take out these scriptures or battle techniques," Sha Didi explained hurriedly. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 735 The Taste of Freedom. What do you mean by you can't take them out? Wang Ting frowned. In the Federation, all the scriptures and battle techniques above the planetary stage are monopolized. You need to sign a spiritual contract when you buy them. If you reveal it to others, you will die immediately, Sha Didi said fearfully. "Why is it the spiritual contract again?" Wang Ting furrowed his brows. He was puzzled. "Don't lie to me. Based on what you said, there are many races in the Olent Federation and the population must be a few trillion. How can everyone sign the spiritual contract? It doesn't make sense." "No, you don't understand how scary the Federation is. No one can escape unless it's your personal battle technique or scripture. You can teach other people if it's yours. However, these scriptures and battle techniques are in the hands of the powerful factions. Nobodies like us don't have the chance to possess them," Sha Didi said seriously. "Are planetary stage formidable warriors nobodies?" Wang Ting suddenly realized how small he was. Sha Didi didn't look like he was lying, but to be safe, he used his bewitch to confirm his words. Wang Ting then turned grim. Sha Didi was telling the truth. The Olent Federation had a strong understanding of copyrights. It wasn't hard to understand. The Olent Federation used a system similar to the copyright system on Earth. All the martial warriors could only learn scriptures and battle techniques by purchasing them or coming up with their own. Anyone who broke the rules wouldn't be punished by law. They would die instantly instead. This was a good and domineering plan. If he managed to create his own scripture and battle technique in the future, he might be able to earn a large sum of money. It would be a continuous source of income. This was an opportunity, but he was in a difficult situation now. Wang Ting wondered how he could obtain the planetary stage scripture and battle technique from Sha Didi. Sha Didi had already woken up from the bewitched skill. His face was pale. Using the bewitched skill 2 times on him strained his spiritual power greatly. He wouldn't be able to recover anytime soon. He looked at Wang Ting in fear. Suddenly, he felt that his future might be miserable. It was bleak. Oh right, I must be an idiot. Wang Ting suddenly clapped his hands, his eyes lighting up like bulbs. He thought of a plan. He had forgotten about the system. Although the chance was lower, he would be able to get the scripture and battle technique attribute bubbles from Sha Didi without killing him. Wang Ting's gaze turned dangerous. Sha Didi shuddered. He felt a chill running through his body. He had a bad premonition again. I will let you out now, Wang Ting suddenly said with a smile. Silence. Sha Didi was stunned. Why did he want to let him out suddenly? What was this? But he was overjoyed. If he was released, he would have a chance to escape. After all, he was a planetary stage warrior. He was confident in himself. But before you come out, you must start cultivating first, Wang Ting said. Sha Didi was puzzled again. What did letting him out have to do with cultivating? He couldn't understand this guy. He was confused. Wang Ting didn't care what he was thinking. He opened the handcuffs and leg cuffs that were binding him. Sha Didi immediately sensed the presence of force. He felt invigorated. Never mind, coming out is good anyway. I will teach this earthling a lesson once I recover. He made his decision and started sucking the force outside using his force skill scripture. At the same time, Wang Ting opened the sleeping cabin. Sha Didi sat up instantly. He wanted to laugh. It was so difficult. It was tough. He had been locked up for such a long time. Finally, he could taste freedom. Bang. However, besides the taste of freedom, he also felt a sharp pain in his head, as Wang Ting was holding his brick. He was worried that the alien's head was harder, so he used his strongest strength of Ultima. He did his best for this attack. Fortunately, the effects were good. Sha Didi went in a daze after this brick attack. His vision turned black and his ears were ringing. He was at a loss. Where am I? What just happened? Who am I? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He saw an attribute bubble falling. It worked. He started hammering the alien even more violently. Bang bang bang. Wang Ting started beating him like a drum. Sha Didi's face was badly bruised, and he was in a state of confusion. He didn't know why he had landed in this terrible state. After some time, Wang Ting finally stopped. He wanted to continue, but this was the limit. Sha Didi couldn't drop any more attribute bubbles. However, he was already satisfied with the floor of attribute bubbles. Get it? Star would scripture asterisk 3 star would scripture asterisk 5 star would scripture asterisk 3 constellation force would asterisk 10 constellation force would asterisk 8. Indeed, it worked. Sensing the content of the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting was elated. As these bubbles merged into his body, an outline of a figure appeared in his mind. The figure sat in midair as if he was cultivating. The figure was transparent. When it started cultivating, Wang Ting could clearly see the situation in his body. Spots of light lit up and scattered across his entire body. At the same time, some profound memory fragments appeared in his mind. It turned into his experience and enlightenment. The process didn't last for long. Wang Ting finished absorbing the knowledge quickly. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Starwood scripture. This was a planetary stage scripture. Wang Ting felt emotional. He had finally obtained a planetary stage scripture. It contained the method to convert force into constellation force. After receiving this scripture, he understood the parts that baffled him when he was trying to create his own scripture to convert force. Besides the Starwood scripture, he also picked up constellation wood force attribute bubbles. Unfortunately, Wang Ting stopped Sha Didi the moment he started cultivating, so he only received 35 points of it. Never mind, he could accumulate them in the future. Wang Ting shook his head and looked at Sha Didi, who had fallen back into the sleeping cabin. He helped him wear the handcuffs and leg cuffs again before sealing the sleeping cabin. Sha Didi tried his best to open his swollen eyes. He wanted to cry. He was locked up the second he smelled the air of freedom. He even got beaten up for no reason. He felt wronged. Chapter 736 Planetary Stage Scriptures and Battle Techniques. When Wang Ting came down from the spacecraft, he had 2 new planetary stage scriptures and 1 planetary stage battle technique in his hand. He woke up Sha Didi's companions from their hibernation and had a good interaction with them regarding Brick and freedom. None of them understood what the link was between them, but it didn't matter. Wang Ting treated all the Plato beings gently, including Sha Didi. Yes, gently. This word was used correctly. These Plato beings experienced Wang Ting's tender and loving care before they went back to sleep obediently. The 2 scriptures were Starwood Scripture and Starfire Scripture. The battle technique was Starfire Sword /. Wang Ting felt that the names were too perfunctory. He highly suspected that these star scriptures and battle techniques were the most ordinary and lowest level of scriptures and battle technique. Did this mean that this 7 alien team was poor? Wang Ting's expression turned strange. He felt that he had discovered their secret. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. His gaze landed on the 2 scriptures. These 2 felt like a set. Would there be a Star Earth scripture, a Star Metal scripture, and a Star Water scripture? After grasping the content, Wang Ting realized that the Starwood scripture and the Starfire scripture had many similarities. He was more certain of his guess. But he still needed the other 3 scriptures to confirm his hypothesis. He decided that he would spend his free time with the other Plato beings in the future and teach them the art of the brick. They possessed all 5 main elements, but only 2 scriptures were dropped. They hadn't given him everything. This was a probability question. He would be able to get the other scriptures after a few more tries. When all else failed, he didn't mind killing 1 or 2 for a bigger chance. Wang Ting stepped out of the spacecraft. He scanned his surroundings and saw the metal armor Flaming Scorpion and Little White standing outside a metal cage. He wondered what they were doing. He walked over and looked at the star beast in the cage. Master! The metal armor Flaming Scorpion smiled obediently at Wang Ting when it saw him. Nothing could be seen from his expression, but you could hear the fawning in his tone. Wang Ting nodded. How is it? Is there a problem? Before this, he found out that the metal armor Flaming Scorpion was able to converse with Little White, who couldn't speak. After asking it, he learned that the Lord-level star beasts could talk to star beasts who couldn't speak. This black sand magnetic lizard couldn't speak, but Wang Ting wanted to know its background. Hence, he passed this responsibility to the metal armor Flaming Scorpion. I got the answer, I got the answer. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion nodded fervently. This beast got tortured badly, so its vigilance is high. It doesn't like speaking to others. I had to spend so much effort to get it to open its mouth. Wang Ting nodded. It was understandable. The lizard wouldn't have had a great time since it was part of an experiment. Where was it caught? Is its talent a species talent or a personal trait? Wang Ting asked the 2 questions he was the most curious about. It said that it came from the Sahara Desert and it's the only one with this talent. Its other companions possessed sand talent, a mutated form of the earth element, the metal armor Flaming Scorpion explained. The Sahara Desert. Wang Ting nodded. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion was a star beast from the Xingwu continent, so it didn't recognize the Sahara Desert. However, Wang Ting was from the earth, so he knew. He would be a frog in the well if he didn't. After getting the information he wanted, he left the space fragment. The troops were still cleaning up the base of the Zhenli clan. Wang Ting didn't have to manage them. Song Wanjiang and the others would take care of it. The next day, they finished clearing up the base of the Zhenli clan. The 3 troops prepared to leave. In the early morning, the 3 battlecraft rose into the air and soared into the mountains. Based on their plan, the majority of the martial warriors would return to their troops, and the remaining would be in charge of escorting the surrendered martial warriors from the Zhenli clan. These people would follow Wang Ting, Zhou Xuanwu, and Xiao Nanfeng back to Earth and to capital Xia. Wang Ting and Zhou Xuanwu returned to Donghai through the dimensional rift in Yong City. They boarded a force floating airship and headed to capital Xia. Capital Xia, military. The people here had been waiting for a long time. All the military martial warriors were armed with rune guns and standing at attention. They had received the order that the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan would be arriving on an airship today. They would be locked up in the military cell. None of them dared to look down on these surrendered martial warriors. These horrendous criminals had been wreaking havoc for a long time, but they always escaped their clutches. They were sly and hard to deal with. However, the Zhenli clan was finally annihilated. They also heard that the martial warriors from 3 troops were sent out for this mission. General Zhou Xuanwu, Lieutenant General Xiao Nanfeng, and the famous Major General Wang Ting went personally to destroy the Zhenli clan. This was an amazing feat. Many innocent people had been harmed by the Zhenli clan. To them, these people who exterminated the Zhenli clan were heroes. Everyone was over the moon. They could witness the return of their heroes soon. The 3 great commanders and the leaders of the military were all present. They waited in anticipation while brimming with joy. The leaders behind them started discussing. I didn't think that we would succeed. That's right. The Zhenli clan has been around for too long. We failed every time, so people started to lose confidence. I didn't think that they would be exterminated this time. Sigh, what a pity. Wang Ting was sent to head this mission. The 3 commanders take great care of him. I wonder if they caught the Pope of the Zhenli clan. After years of research, we know that the Pope is the core of the clan. If he isn't caught, the clan might revive one day. Who knows? The Pope has always been a crafty old fox. He never reveals himself, so it must be hard to catch him. While they were discussing, a force floating airship appeared on the horizon. There were many powerful martial warriors present, so they noticed it even though it was far away. They're here. Everyone was invigorated and looked in the same direction. The airship traveled quickly. It appeared above everyone within a few seconds and gradually floated down. Chapter 737, The Spotlight of the Banquet. After the force floating airship landed in the military airport, Zhou Xuanwu, Wang Ting, and the martial warriors alighted the airship under everyone's gaze. The 3 of them were walking side by side, but when the 3 great commanders came to welcome them, Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng took a step back in unplanned unison, allowing Wang Ting to take the lead. Wang Ting was stunned when he noticed their actions. He wasn't the only one. The 3 great commanders and the martial warriors behind them were surprised too. They found it unbelievable. Seriously? Wang Ting might not understand their gesture, but they did. Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng were silently telling them that the first-class merit of this mission belonged to Wang Ting. The lieutenant colonel and the colonel lost to a young man who just became a major, and they seemed to acknowledge him wholeheartedly. This was astonishing. The 3 great commanders quickly regained their composure and patted Wang Ting's shoulder. Smiling in satisfaction, they said, "You did well. You didn't disappoint us. It's the result of everyone's hard work." "I couldn't have done it alone," Wang Ting said with guilt. Mind you, He stole a large portion of the Zhenli clan's treasures. He felt ashamed to accept their compliment. If they knew what he had done, they wouldn't be all smiles. They might take the lead and beat him up. But in this situation, they felt that Wang Ting was being humble. Look, he was young and powerful, but he remained humble and calm. What a rare character! If they could, they wanted to award Wang Ting with the title of the model of his generation. Zhou Xuanwu smiled. Don't be modest. If not for you, we wouldn't have been able to deal with the Zhenli clan so smoothly. We couldn't have killed the Pope either. What? The Pope of the Zhenli clan is dead. Everyone was astounded. They stared at Zhou Xuanwu and Wang Ting with wide eyes. Y'all killed the Pope of the Zhenli clan, the bulky Commander Long said in amazement. Commander Yong and Commander Hong looked at them too. The Pope had always been a thorn in their hearts. They wouldn't feel at ease unless this person was gone. Yes, I saw him self-destructing personally, Zhou Xuanwu replied. Self-destruct. The three great commanders and the other officials were dumbfounded. The Pope of the Zhenli clan self-destructed. This sly old fox who was afraid of death chose to self-destruct? They were in disbelief. They looked at one another, unable to accept this truth for a moment. Are you sure? Commander Hong hesitated before asking yes. If there are any questions, you can ask the surrendered Zhenli clan members. They saw it personally. That person was the Pope of the Zhenli clan. This is the space ring he left behind after he self-destructed. You can bring it back to confirm. Wang Ting took out a space ring and passed it to Commander Hong. After hearing their words, most people started to believe them. The Pope of the Zhenli clan had indeed self-destructed himself. How pitiful! How sorrowful! Such a powerful character chose to self-destruct in the end. Come, let's go back. All of you are the heroes of this mission. We have prepared a banquet for you guys. The leader of martial arts will also attend, Commander Yong smiled and said. The leader of martial arts. Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng's eyes lit up. The other officers were surprised too. They didn't think that the leader of martial arts would personally come to welcome the martial warriors back. They were envious. Wang Ting was surprised too. He had only seen the leader once. After that time, he never made an appearance. It was surprising that he decided to appear in public, because of the Zhenli clan. They didn't waste any time and escorted the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan to their cells. After everyone left, what happened here spread to all the martial warriors from the different factions. The Zhenli clan was exterminated. The Pope of the Zhenli clan was killed. At night, the leader of martial arts would be holding a banquet for Wang Ting, Zhou Xuanwu, and the other martial warriors. Every piece of news was more astonishing than the last. Tonight, many other important figures would be present since the leader of martial arts was coming. The different factions started working and fighting for a chance to take part in this banquet. This was an opportunity for them to see the leader of martial arts and get to know many important figures in country Xia. Everyone wanted to seize this chance. It would be unwise to underestimate the influence of these powerful factions. They were able to settle everything within half a day. 6 p.m. In a banquet hall somewhere in the military zone. The hall was extremely lively. Light shone brightly, and many important figures from various factions gathered in the hall, conversing with one another. They would occasionally glance at the entrance. Old Zhao, you're here too. A voice came from a corner of the hall. A muscular old man walked over with a few youngsters behind him. There were a few people sitting in that corner. The old man among them smiled when he raised his head and saw who it was. He stood up. Qian Boyu, your family is in Nanhai, but you received the news too and hurried all the way here? Haha, how can I not come? This is such an important event. The muscular old man called Qian Boyu chuckled. You're right. The Donghai crisis had caught everyone's attention, and now, the Zhenli clan is annihilated. I'm sure everyone knows about it. Zhao Fuhong nodded in agreement. Major Wang Ting is rising in the military like a shooting star. Qian Boya lamented. I heard that he's not even 20 years old. Our younger generations can't be compared with him. Zhao Fuhong nodded, taking the chance to reprimand the younger generations in his family. The youngsters behind them appeared frustrated. They had heard Wang Ting's name so many times that they wanted to vomit. They were all young people and were highly talented. Hence, they had their pride. They hadn't seen Wang Ting in action, so they felt that everyone was exaggerating. In addition, the elders kept using Wang Ting to scold them, so they didn't feel good. The two elders didn't notice their expressions. They started chatting again. I heard that Major Wang Ting isn't married. I should have the young ladies from my family interact with him. Zhao Fuhong's eyes were small, but they gave off a sharp and bright glint as he smiled. Haha, old Zhao, is that your plan? My granddaughter, Qian Duoduo, is a renowned beauty with many admirers. Major Wang Ting will be interested in her if he sees her. Qian Boyu sniggered. My Zhao Yakin is not bad either. Let's have a bet. Let's see who will win Wang Ting's heart first. Zhao Fuhong snorted. Sure. I'm not afraid of you. These two old men started quarreling over this matter like two young kids. There was a pretty young lady standing behind each of them. They started blushing when they heard their words, looking a little shy. They were all young ladies who hadn't experienced love. It was impossible for them to remain calm when their elders were sorting their love life. However, when their eyes met, they sensed enmity in each other's gaze. Sparks flew everywhere. They didn't have any bad feelings towards Wang Ting. They had seen his pictures. He was handsome, powerful, and had a bright future ahead. No woman could reject a man like him. In that case, all opponents were their enemies. A handsome young man standing beside Qian Duoduo noticed their expressions, his face turning black. He opened his mouth uncontrollably and said, I heard that Wang Ting has relationships with many ladies. You must be careful. Don't get tricked by him. The atmosphere turned silent instantly. Qian Duoduo and Zhao Yakin stopped glaring at each other while Zhao Hongfu and Qian Boyu looked at him sternly. Qian Yushu, have you forgotten what I told you before we came? Qian Boyu asked angrily. Grandpa, Qian Yushu's face turned pale. Colonel Zhou Xuanwu, Lieutenant Colonel Xiao Nanfeng, and Major Wang Ting have arrived, someone shouted. Chapter 738 An Old Man Yu Xiuxian. A group of people walked in a few seconds after the announcement. The three people in the lead were all wearing military uniforms. They sparkled under the lights in the hall. These three would be a powerful presence no matter where they went. Both Xiao Nanfeng and Zhou Xuanwu were important figures. They guarded the dimensional rifts and prevented dark apparitions from landing in their world. They had many merits on them. They were worth respecting. Yet, they were overshadowed by the young man between them. He caught everyone's attention. The young man remained calm and composed as he stepped on the red carpet. He exuded a powerful aura silently and stepped forward with his shoulders wide. He scanned the surroundings with his deep gaze. All the martial warriors felt their hearts trembling. They couldn't control their astonishment. Even some general stage martial warriors felt the same way. They were appalled. This young man was indeed exceptional and powerful. This young man was none other than Wang Ting. He was attending this banquet with Zhou Xuanwu and the others. Chief Commander Zhou, Chief Commander Xiao, Chief Commander Wang. The military officers in charge of tonight's banquet hurriedly came forward to greet them. Thank you for your hard work. Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng were used to this situation, so they nodded at him. Wang Ting was familiar too. He nodded at the officers. You're welcome. The officers felt honored as they led the way. Bring Wang Ting around. You don't have to care about us. Zhou Xuanwu waved his hand and left with Xiao Nanfeng. Soon after, they were already happily chatting with the crowd. The people close to them came over and struck up conversations. Wang Ting was speechless when he saw the two of them abandoning him. Did you have to do that? Where's your compassion? You forsake your comrade on the battlefield and went to enjoy yourselves. Chief Commander Wang, please follow us. Let us introduce some important guests to you, the officers said. Wang Ting felt his head hurt. There were many people present, and he was in the limelight tonight. By right, he should converse with everyone. Wang Ting found it boring, but he couldn't leave directly. He could only go with the flow. I just need one person to accompany me. The rest can continue your work, Wang Ting said helplessly. He submitted to fate. The officers didn't object. A 20-year-old female officer was left to guide Wang Ting. She brought Wang Ting to an elder who was nearby and introduced him. This is Mr. Sun Tianhua, the family head of the Sun family in capital Xia. The Sun family is a renowned martial arts family. They have groomed many general stage martial warriors. The other family heads got envious when Sun Tianhua was the first to be introduced. Wang Ting was prepared to be a tool. He nodded at the other party and exchanged some greetings with him. Then, he wanted to leave. However, the other party didn't give him the chance. Chief Commander Wang, your reputation precedes you, but seeing you in person makes me think that your reputation is too humble. You're indeed young and outstanding. As expected of the leader of your generation, Sun Tianhua was brimming with joy. He was extremely enthusiastic. He wanted to grab Wang Ting's hand and have a long conversation with him. You're too polite. Wang Ting felt that this old man was exceptionally good with words. Your reputation precedes you, but seeing you in person makes me think that your reputation is too humble. Listen, this is how you should praise a person with class and elegance. He loved people who were polite and sweet-tongued. It looked like the banquet wouldn't be so boring after all. The female officer introduced the next guest. This is Governor Li from Jinlin. He came to congratulate you personally. Thank you, Governor Li. Wang Ting nodded. Old Jiang is lucky to have a powerful young man like you in Donghai. I can't compare myself with him anymore. Governor Li shook his head and smiled. He was a tall and lofty man with an exceptional aura. This is the Deputy Minister of Education, Chu Liangyong. The female officer brought him to a slightly short and plump middle-aged man. Deputy Minister Chu. Wang Ting was surprised. He thanked him hurriedly. This was an important figure in the Ministry of Education. All the martial arts university students were under him. Good, good. You're indeed the leader of your generation. Chu Liangyong was elated. He patted Wang Ting's hand intimately. You're flattering me, Wang Ting smiled and said. You're too humble. No one has the same talent as you in this world, Chu Liangyong complimented. If you continue praising me, the world might be too small for me, Wang Ting joked. Ha ha ha, Chu Liangyong laughed and waved his hand. Go ahead. There are many people waiting for you. Don't waste your time on me. I guess I'll have to listen to you. Wang Ting smiled and followed the female officer to greet the next person. Soon, they arrived in front of an old man. He was sitting alone in a corner. Many people wanted to speak with him, but they noticed his empty surroundings and understood the situation. They didn't dare to disturb him. The female officer was extremely respectful towards this elder. She bowed at him before introducing him earnestly. This is the principal of the first university, Mr. Yu Xiuxian. Wang Ting was slightly surprised. He looked at the amiable old man who seemed like an elder next door. He couldn't tell that this was a formidable character in the education world from his appearance. He couldn't help but remember the scene when he was applying to universities. At that time, the recruiter from the first university told him that their principal wanted to see him dearly, even instructing the recruiter that he must bring Wang Ting back. He wondered if that was true. However, Wang Ting did have a strong impression of this elder. Yu Xiuxian looked at Wang Ting kindly like an elder looking at his grandchild. He smiled and said, I knew that you were exceptional. It's a pity that you chose Huanghai Military Academy in the end, but am happy that you're able to come this far. Talent is important, but you must have been through many obstacles to reach this stage. I feel at ease that country Xia has you." Wang Ting was stunned. He sensed a different emotion in the elder's words. There was deep and great love in his heart. The powerful bear the world in their mind. This elder cared about the world. He treated the younger generation with love and expectations. Wang Ting didn't think that there was such a person in this era. In the past, this elder would be called a saint. He was deeply touched. He lowered his head slightly and bowed at the elder. Yu Xiuxian nodded and smiled. He turned to walk straight to the entrance, disappearing from the door. It felt as if he came today just to see Wang Ting, to see this outstanding young man who was the future of the country. Wang Ting watched him silently as he left. Many people stopped their conversations and stared at the elder too. For an instant there was total silence in the hall. Chapter 739. Alright, this is an idiot. After Elder Yu left, the hall resumed its liveliness and noise. Gentle music floated in the air. The attendants served delicious food and wine to the guests. The atmosphere was amazing. The female officer led Wang Ting around the hall, introducing all the important people to him. If the Zhou family saw the scene tonight, they might give up their thoughts about Wang Ting. There was a hierarchy in every society. Wang Ting didn't think much about this, but when he reached a certain height, the things surrounding him would change naturally. Currently, the people around him were all boss-level people in country Xia. Any one of them could cause a commotion in the country with a stomp of their feet. This was power. This is the principle of Leitang Martial House, Leijinting. This is the principle of Jinlin University, Mr. Liang Jinwu. This is the sect leader of the Liehua sect in Dongbei. This is the principle of Balian Martial House, Qin Lianqin. This is Mr. Qian Boyu, the family head of the elite family, the Qian family. This is Mr. Zhao Hongfu, the family head of the Zhao family, one of the top 3 families in capital Xia. The female officer was very responsible. She introduced Wang Ting to all the important figures present. Wang Ting received many praises, but the muscles on his face were getting tense. Damn it, networking isn't something everyone can do. Wang Ting complained in his heart as he left with the female officer. The Zhao family and the Qian family were the last to be introduced. After Wang Ting left, Qian Boy turned to Qian Yushu and said, "Did you see that? That's the difference between you and him. He's able to chat calmly in front of all the general stage martial warriors. They even had to butter him up. Can you do that? When he stood in front of you, you don't even dare to make a peep." Qian Yushu's face turned pale. This was a huge blow to his dignity. He took 2 steps back unconsciously. He has no family supporting him. He relied on himself. Look at you. How much support did the Qian family give you? How many resources did we pour on you? Yet, you can't even reach 1% of his achievements. With the difference in your abilities, what right do you have to talk behind his back? Grandpa Qian felt angrier as he spoke. He disregarded the other people at the scene and scolded Qian Yushu furiously. Look at yourself. Don't you know your level? If I hear you saying such offensive words outside, don't blame me for being merciless. Grandpa! Qian Yushu was stunned. His voice trembled. Without the Qian family, he would be nothing. He couldn't advance on the cultivation path without resources or support. He might even be sent to fight with star beasts or thrown into a dimensional rift to battle with dark apparitions for survival. He didn't dare to think about that kind of lifestyle. He shuddered uncontrollably. Qian Yushu didn't think that his grandpa would reprimand him just because he talked bad about Wang Ting. Alright. Stop scaring him. He's a young man. It's normal for him to be competitive. Zhao Hongfu stepped out to mediate the situation. If we were at home, I'd have taken out my stick and hit him. I want him to be competitive, but he has to choose the right opponent. Is Wang Ting someone he can touch? All he did was talk behind his back. Why don't you do something in front of him instead? So infuriating. Grandpa Qian said indignantly. Qian Yushu didn't dare to speak anymore. He hid at the side and trembled in fear. Qian Duoduo silently shifted away from him. She felt that her cousin was embarrassing. Zhao Yakin was even more direct. She looked at Qian Yushu with contempt and rolled her eyes at him. Compared to Wang Ting, Qian Yushu was nothing. Grandpa, I'll go over and take a look. She got up and said to Zhao Hongfu. Go ahead. Zhao Hongfu nodded happily. Grandpa, I'll go too. Qian Duoduo didn't want to lose out. She stood up and told Qian Boy. Sure. Qian Boy glanced at Zhao Hongfu and nodded. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. Humph. Humph. Zhao Yakin and Qian Duoduo glanced at one another. They looked like two chicks preparing for a fight. They raised their fair necks and snorted, then walked in Wang Ting's direction fiercely. Wang Ting didn't know what was happening over there. He had finally found a place to sit. He told the female officer that she could leave while he picked some wine and delicious food for himself. He started eating happily. This is not bad. They're Air Force dishes. They must be made by Force chef masters. The wine is not bad either. Oh my, this is 1982 Matai. Just as he was enjoying his drink, two pairs of slender and beautiful legs appeared in front of him. Wang Ting looked up and saw two pretty faces. Their figures were top-notch. He was stunned. He was even more surprised when he saw the burning competitiveness in their eyes. O_0. He had a bad feeling. Why did they seem as if they were going to eat him alive? This was scary. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Qian Duoduo from the Qian family. One of the young ladies had two ponytails and was wearing a beautiful pleated skirt. She sat down beside Wang Ting and spoke to him enthusiastically. Oh, you are from the Qian family of Nanhai. Wang Ting remembered. Yes, that one. Why don't we be friends? Qian Duoduo was straightforward. Are you always so direct? Wang Ting asked. He was stunned once again. Not really. However, my mom told me that if I meet someone I like, I should go forward without any hesitation, Qian Duoduo replied. Alright, this is an idiot. Wang Ting formed his conclusion. Zhao Yakin couldn't stand still anymore. She would lose her chance if she allowed Qian Duoduo to continue speaking. Hence, she hurriedly sat down opposite Wang Ting and introduced herself. I'm Zhao Yakin from the Zhao family. Nice to meet you. Hello. Wang Ting greeted her politely too. He sized up both of them. Zhao Yakin had her hair tied up in a ponytail. She was wearing a white dress and looked more mature and reserved. Her style was different from Qian Duoduo's. However, when she looked at Qian Duoduo, her eyes were burning. This meant that this pretty young lady wasn't a demure and easy-to-bully little sheep. Wang Ting knew why they were here when he saw their expressions. He felt helpless. Don't waste your time. I have a girlfriend. It's alright. You're not married yet, both of them replied in unplanned unison. They didn't mind. They glared at one another when they realized that they said the same thing. Then, they looked away simultaneously and snorted. Humph! Humph! Wang Ting. Chapter 740 Track 1. Wang Ting didn't think that these two ladies would be so fierce. He shook his head and lifted his glass to take a sip of his wine, allowing them to argue among themselves. Zhao Yakin and Qian Duoduo were born into large and powerful families, so they knew when to stop. Even though they were arguing, they didn't irritate Wang Ting. Instead, he felt a sense of achievement. Two beauties were fighting for him. Of course, with his temperament, he wouldn't take this matter to heart. He just shook his head and smiled. Honestly, there were many ladies chasing him. He didn't lack one or two. Zhao Yakin and Qian Duoduo argued and chatted with Wang Ting simultaneously to strengthen their relationship. Wang Ting was also bored, so he accompanied them and joined their conversation. Time would fly when you had beauties attending to you. At this moment, there was a commotion at the entrance. The leader of martial arts is here, someone shouted. Thereafter, the hall turned silent. Everyone looked in the direction of the entrance. This was the second time this situation had happened tonight. The first time was when Wang Ting arrived. Now it was because of the leader of martial arts. 3 elders stood beside a middle-aged man under the night sky and walked into the hall. The man was lofty. His eyes were as dark as the night sky, and he had short white hair. His face was angular and sharp, and his aura was exceptional. His force of presence was overpowering. When he walked, he gave off a domineering aura that suppressed everyone present. The 3 great commanders accompanied him. They walked slightly behind, allowing the leader of martial arts to appear even more noble and mighty. Everyone is here. The leader of martial arts walked into the hall and smiled as he looked around him. Everyone bowed respectfully. Sit down. This is a fun night. We won't be talking about business today. The leader of martial arts nodded and continued walking forward. The crowd cleared a path for him. No one sat down. They continued standing with respect. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. Wang Ting, Zhou Xuanwu, and Xiao Nanfeng came forward to welcome him. They continued bowing until the leader of martial arts arrived in front of them. The leader of martial arts stopped and sized up the 3 martial warriors. He nodded. Y'all did well. Thank you. Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng were excited. The leader of martial arts held a highly respectable position in country Xia. Even formidable warriors like them couldn't help but feel honored and elated. Wang Ting wasn't that impressed, but he still kept his respect and admiration for the leader of martial arts. After all, this was the person who had brought country Xia to its current status. It wasn't an easy job. Due to the rise of the martial arts era, any mistakes might cause the world situation to change. They might be doomed eternally. Country Xia kept progressing and developing, advancing carefully and vigilantly. Finally, they became one of the strongest in the world. His contribution could not be left unrecognized. He was destined to leave a page in the book of history. At this moment, the leader of martial arts walked towards the podium in the hall. Everyone's gaze followed him. It was obvious that the leader wanted to speak. On the stage, the leader of martial arts scanned everyone below and smiled. He opened his mouth. Actually, I didn't want to come. Every time I appear, there will be a huge scene. I can only hide in my imperial palace. They all chuckled when the leader of martial arts teased himself. The atmosphere relaxed instantly. Have a seat. This is just a normal banquet. There's no need to be so serious. The leader of martial arts waved his hands and said casually. Everyone finally listened to him and sat down. However, the hall remained quiet. The atmosphere just turned a little lively. I came today to see the 3 meritorious martial warriors. The Zhenli clan has always been a pain in our neck. This time, we finally exterminated them. The credit goes to Zhou Xuanwu, Xiao Nanfeng, and Wang Ting. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the first 2 names. The last person is extremely young. Many people probably know him, but you might not have heard of his achievement. Let me introduce him to everyone today. The leader of martial arts smiled as he looked at Wang Ting below the stage. Zhou Xuanwu and Xiao Nanfeng moved sideways automatically, revealing his figure to the crowd. The 3 great commanders smiled and looked at him in satisfaction. On the other hand, Wang Ting was feeling helpless. Everyone present was looking at him. He might have been through many important situations, but this was the first time he was pulled out and complimented in front of the crowd. It felt a little embarrassing. Please be low-key. I know that I'm handsome, but can y'all stop staring at me like this? People might misunderstand if they see a bunch of men ogling me. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and said. The majority of the people were drinking. When they heard Wang Ting's words, they spilled their drinks on the spot. It was a tragic sight. Everyone looked at him with bitterness. Wang Ting didn't think that their sense of humor was so low. He looked at them innocently. Ha ha ha, the leader of martial arts burst out laughing. He pointed at Wang Ting and said, "You're a cheeky fellow." Chapter 741 Track 2. I'm sure everyone has a deep impression of him now, right? Silence. Everyone felt speechless. The impression was as deep as it could get. At first, they only felt that Wang Ting was an exceptionally talented martial warrior. His potential was impressive, but they didn't know that he had such a cheeky side. No one expected it, so they spurted their drink. If it wasn't unexpected, they would have remained unwavering. All right, let me share Wang Ting's achievements with you. I'm sure all of you know about the Sea Beasts riot in Donghai. Wang Ting is the greatest hero. But before this, he had already made many contributions. He contributed in the Battle of Yang City and Star Maple City on the Xingwu continent and played a crucial part in both victories. The leader of martial arts listed his achievements. The people present were astounded. Most of them had learned Wang Ting during the Sea Beasts riot. The battles on the Xingwu continent were kept within the military, so outsiders didn't know about them. Although Wang Ting had joined the military recently, he had already made so many contributions. He faced a general stage dark apparition even though he hadn't reached that stage. He managed to hold back the dark apparition's invasion and waited until reinforcements arrived. Similarly, he hosted an array and resisted the terrifying Devil Lords, forcing them into a dire state. He also fell into the Darkland but managed to fight his way out. He survived the crisis and came back to Earth. Everyone was engrossed as they listened to his stories. Every single experience was enough for someone to boast about it for life. It was hard to believe that Wang Ting went through everything. You could say that his journey was sensational and dynamic. How could a young man accomplish so many things? Many important figures had brought their younger generations along. At first, these youngsters were unconvinced, but as they listened to the leader of martial arts speech, their mouths turned agape. This must be a monster. How old was he? Could he do all these things? He wasn't giving them any chance. They were around the same age as him, yet they were still indulged in their own pleasures and were leading a comfortable and carefree life. They felt useless when compared with him. Zhao Yakin and Qian Duoduo's eyes were shimmering brightly. No lady could say no to a hero. Wang Ting struck the soft spot in both ladies' hearts. They almost wanted to pounce on him. They weren't the only ones. Many young ladies present were looking at Wang Ting with bright eyes. They looked like a bunch of fangirls. Wang Ting felt helpless. He admitted that he was outstanding, but he didn't like to be in the spotlight. Why his life was so lonely. It's lonely to be in a high position. So cold he could tell that the leader of martial arts and the three great commanders wanted to push him to the front. They were paving the path for him. He was famous. Everyone knew him, but having the leader speaking up for him was an entirely different concept. The leader wasn't just complimenting Wang Ting. He also wanted everyone to know that he was supporting him. Wang Ting could guess his intention. Of course, he wasn't the only one. All the sly old foxes present understood the leader's plan. The banquet was successful. The arrival of the leader of martial arts pushed the atmosphere to a crescendo. It was a worthwhile trip for everyone. When the banquet ended, many people wanted to bid farewell to Wang Ting to deepen their impression in his mind and forge a closer relationship with him. But he had already left with the leader. They were stunned once again. Their idea of Wang Ting's position in the leader of martial arts' heart climbed to new height. The rise of this young man was undeniable. No one knew what they talked about that night. No one ever saw Wang Ting again after that either. Most of their plans failed. As for Wang Ting, he had already left country Xia. He boarded his Queen Phoenix battlecraft and headed to a dense primary forest. Pasaraya Plain. An invisible battlecraft flew over at high speed, entering the territory of Country Boar from Country Xia. However, it didn't get detected. It came silently like a ghost. The aliens' invisibility technology was used on the battlecraft. Hence, even the most advanced detectors on Earth wouldn't be able to find it. This was Wang Ting's Queen Phoenix battlecraft. The invisibility technology was actually an anti-detection device he found on the -3 spacecraft. The current technology on Earth was unable to see through the invisibility cloak of the battlecraft. The battlecraft arrived within the central region of the Pasaraya Plains. It finally landed and parked on an empty white piece of land covered with snow. As a figure walked down the battlecraft, it was Wang Ting. With a wave of his hand, the battlecraft on the snow disappeared. Wang Ting didn't stop. He found his direction and walked into the dense forest. A strong gale blew behind him, throwing the snow into the air and covering any traces the battlecraft could have left. Chapter 742. Track 3. The place turned peaceful again. It was as if no outsiders ever came here. I remember picking up Ultimate Stage Wood talent here. Wang Ting muttered to himself as he rushed into the forest. He was out here to increase his abilities. He had picked up many different attribute bubbles recently. Besides physique attributes, he also had scriptures and various battle techniques, including the planetary stage scriptures and battle techniques he got from the aliens. If he wanted to increase their level and transform his ordinary force into constellation force, he needed blank attribute. This was his reason for coming. He was in one of the 7 dangerous places of the world, the Pasaraya Plains. This place was known for its vast number of star beasts. Wang Ting had no qualms this time. He released his spiritual power instantly and swept it through the forest, searching for any signs of a powerful star beast. After some time, he sensed a bunch of star beasts. Yes, it wasn't one star beast. There were a bunch of them. Wang Ting was elated. A group was great. One wasn't enough to feed his appetite. He dashed in that direction. Roar! A wolf howl suddenly rang through the air. The instant Wang Ting came close, the pack of snow wolves noticed him. The snow wolves stood up and glared in his direction, their low howls echoing in the forest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Thereafter, the snow wolves, which were the size of bulls, sped out. They turned into lingering shadows as they darted toward the spot where Wang Ting was. They sensed that the invader hadn't left and was heading directly in their direction. They decided to act first. Good move. Wang Ting laughed as flying daggers appeared in the air. He controlled them with his spiritual kinesis and sent them flying. With a cold glint, they slashed the throats of the snow wolves. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Red blood spurted out. The snow wolves were riding the wind and traveling at extremely high speed. Although they were killed, their bodies still flew out for a few meters before crashing into the ground. In an instant, the majority of the snow wolves were killed. A snow wolf taller and larger than the rest of the pack strode out and howled at Wang Ting. Lord level. This snow wolf was a mid-tier lord-level star beast. It was the overlord of this area, the leader of the snow wolf pack. Human, get out of my territory. The snow wolf howled. Wind element mid-tier lord-level star beast. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He lifted his finger and released the shooting star spiral. It disappeared in mid-air. When it appeared again, it was already in front of the snow wolf king. It split into multiple sharp rays and headed for its eyes. Damn it! The snow wolf was caught off guard. It spurted out a ball of green light that collided with the shooting star spiral. Boom! A terrifying force swept through the forest. Wang Ting's spiritual power was powerful, so the shooting star spiral didn't stop. It cut through the snow wolf's attack and penetrated its eyes. Roar! The snow wolf king only had time to howl in pain before its eyes exploded. The shooting star spiral had stabbed through its brain, claiming the wolf's life. Bang! The giant body slammed onto the ground. The mid-tier Lord level star beast was dead. Wang Ting scanned the surroundings and picked up the attribute bubbles. Wind Force *4500 blank attribute *5200 ultimate stage wind talent *150 wind force *300 wind force *500 blank attribute *620. As these attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Ting trembled. His wind force finally reached the breaking point. Wind force 120/20,000 IL star. He had risen from the 10-star Brigadier General stage to the IL star low-tier General stage. This felt amazing. Wang Ting wasn't expecting these gains. He should have come earlier. Wang Ting shook his head. It was unfortunate that he was always busy with important matters. If not, his ability would have become higher. Beside the increase in his forces, he also gained 6,850 points of blank attributes and 150 points of ultimate stage wind talent. This was a good harvest. Thinking about it, he had found a star beast with the ultimate stage wood talent. Was it fate that he found the ultimate stage wind talent first? Both were gains, so Wang Ting didn't mind. He felt invigorated by the good start and continued heading deep into the Pasaraya Plains. There were more attribute bubbles waiting for him inside. Chapter 743 Heaven Fire Meteor 1. In the Pasaraya Plains. 7 days later. Wang Ting was hiding behind a large rock at the peak of a mountain. He peeked into the valley below like a thief. Snow covered the valley, along with corpses of numerous star beasts. Blood flowed like a stream. Wang Ting had sent these corpses over using his spiritual kinesis. He didn't reveal himself. The valley was silent. No noise could be heard. By right, these corpses should attract many star beasts. However, after some time passed, there was still no sign of any star beast. The valley was eerily silent. This situation lasted until night. When the sky turned dark, the valley turned pitch black. The only source of illumination was the moonlight scattered on the ground. It shone on the surroundings and allowed Wang Ting to faintly see what was happening. Suddenly, there was a rustle. It's here. Wang Ting, who was getting bored, immediately turned vigilant. He stared at the valley with glistening eyes. The rustling came from all around the valley. Very soon, numerous gigantic outlines could be seen crawling out from the cracks along the cliff. Their bodies were long and flat, and they had many legs crawling at the same time. This was where the rustling sound came from. Very soon, this group of star beasts covered the entire valley. The large shadows lined up with the corpses in the center. If someone saw this scene from afar, their hair might stand up. This was a group of centipede star beasts. Moreover, they were poisonous. Wang Ting had exerted a lot of effort to find this group of poison-element star beasts. He had found many poison-element star beasts over the past few days, but most of them traveled alone. There was a limited number of attribute bubbles they dropped. Finally, he discovered these centipedes and realized that they lived in groups. He followed them to this valley and used his eyes of essence to observe them. He confirmed that this valley was their nest. This group of terrifying poisonous centipedes lived in this eerily quiet valley. This was amazing. Wang Ting immediately decided to capture them. That was why he was hiding behind the rock. The centipedes crawled around the corpses, but they didn't make any further movements. They seemed to be waiting for something. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled. A small mound pushed up from the snowy ground, and an enormous centipede covered with dark red scales appeared under the moonlight. This centipede was huge. The other centipedes looked like children when compared with it. Lord-level star beast. Wang Ting smiled. He guessed that there must be a Lord-level star beast here, but he was still surprised when he saw it personally. This was a poison element Lord-level star beast. It was extremely rare. Of course, the important thing was they would give him a large number of attribute bubbles. When the Lord-level centipede crawled out from the ground, he felt a chill. There seemed to be an evil aura surrounding this valley. Lord-level star beasts were smart and intelligent, so when it first saw the free corpses in its territory, it was puzzled. It only dared to come out after waiting an entire day and confirming that there were no dangers. After all, the valley was filled with corpses. It was enough for them to fill up their stomachs, so they wouldn't give them up easily. But the instant it came out, it had a bad premonition. If it wasn't worried about losing its face in front of its subordinates, it would have shrunk back into its cave. It was a lord-level star beast, the ruler of this territory. Other powerful mid-tier lord-level star beasts wouldn't dare to provoke it because of its poison force. There weren't many things that it was fearful of, and it didn't believe that there was anything nearby that could threaten its life. So, it might have been an illusion. The lord-level centipede crawled out of its cave after some consideration. It headed towards the corpses as the other centipedes cleared a path for it. Very soon, it realized that there were no dangers. It permitted the other centipedes to start eating. Its subordinates were getting impatient. They furiously pounced on the corpses and bit the flesh and blood of these corpses. The noise of chewing and tearing of flesh and bones sounded exceptionally frightening under the night sky. The lord-level centipede also stopped hesitating. It pulled out a corpse and ate it alone. Wang Ting smiled lovingly at them when he saw this scene. "Have a nice meal. After you finish it, it'll send you to hell." There were many centipedes, so they finished the corpses quickly. Afterward, they sprawled on the ground in satisfaction and basked in the moonlight. They started cultivating. This scene seemed harmonious and beautiful. Wang Ting almost couldn't bear to attack them. Fortunately, he had a strong mentality. If he said that he would kill them, he would. At this moment, there was a commotion among the originally quiet centipedes. They started hissing in fear. Especially the lord-level star beast. It started talking in human language. "Who is it? Who poisoned us?" Its voice was filled with anger. "Bingo!" Wang Ting gave a sly smile. He popped his head out and looked down. How could he not add some extra seasonings to this free feast? Chapter 744 Heaven Fire Meteor. Too naive. He added a poison that could weaken these star beasts. He wasn't stringy with the dosage either, treating them with care. Mind you, Wang Ting was an advanced stage poison master. He was able to concoct a poison that had no taste or smell. Normal people wouldn't notice it, much less this bunch of stupid centipedes. The lord-level centipede was raging. It hissed angrily, but it realized that it was gradually losing control of its body. Fortunately, it was at the lord level, so it could withstand the effects a little longer, unlike the other centipedes who couldn't move at all. However, it knew that if this continued, it would be unable to move soon. Although unwilling, it didn't dare to stay here any longer. It hurriedly crawled back to its cave and wanted to hide underground. Once it entered its cave, other star beasts wouldn't be able to find it. Thinking of running away? Wang Ting knew that he couldn't wait anymore. He wouldn't allow his prey to escape. He moved and instantly dashed out of his hiding place. At the same time, he released Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. "Young lads, go ahead and kill." Wang Ting laughed as he ordered them. "Human." The lord-level centipede was astounded and infuriated. Yet, it remained a coward and continued resisting the effects of the poison. At the same time, it increased its speed and crawled towards its cave. Boom! Wang Ting waved his hand. Numerous flying daggers shot out under the control of his spiritual kinesis. They instantly appeared above the lord-level centipede's head. Damn it! The lord-level centipede was caught unawares. The flying daggers came so quickly that it didn't have any time to react. It could only shrink its body into an arch to evade the rain of daggers. Boom! The flying daggers hit the ground and formed a large hole. The lord-level centipede almost jumped in fright. It scurried away in a hurry. The flying daggers flew into the air amidst the dust and started chasing it. Swoosh, 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 a sonic boom sounded. The Lord-level centipede shuttled back and forth in the valley. It looked miserable, but it managed to dodge many rounds of attacks. Is it an expert in dodging? Wang Ting muttered to himself with a strange expression on his face. Wang Ting saw the Lord-level centipede arching and snapping its body continuously to evade the flying daggers. He was honestly impressed. Mind you, his flying daggers were known for their speed. It was almost impossible to evade them, but this centipede's springing skills were amazing. However, its evading method was a little weird. Wang Ting almost wanted to laugh. It was hard to imagine that this Lord-level star beast managed to learn this evading tactic. It was impressive, but after looking at it for some time, Wang Ting found the gist. He took out a longbow from his space ring and pulled the bow. A light arrow assembled by force appeared on the bow. Aurora Holy Arrow. This was the sky rank battle technique he had gained from the Holy Knight of the Sagittarius Palace. It was finally put to use now. Wang Ting controlled his flying daggers to attack the Lord-level centipede while aiming his arrow in a certain direction. Boom! The flying daggers failed to hit the centipede again. The Lord-level centipede dodged the lethal attack with its springing body skill. It was just a short distance from its cave. It could enter it soon. It was elated, feeling that it had survived the crisis. Right then, a sense of danger swarmed into its heart. Swoosh! A faint sonic boom came from the space in front of him. The Lord-level centipede squinted. It saw a light arrow flying toward it. It wanted to evade, but its body was still in an arch position. Even more, because of its movement, it landed directly on the spot where the light arrow was going to hit. Crow W swoosh. The light arrow pierced into the Lord-level centipede's body. It exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Its body was almost cut into two. The next second, the flying daggers arrived and swallowed it. Lord-level centipede dead. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. No matter how sly you are, you'll still die. Wang Ting shook his head and collected the attribute bubbles happily. Poison Force *3600 blank, Attribute *4200 Ultimate Stage Poison Talent *120 Boom. A pure poison force flowed around Wang Ting's body and was converted into his own force, merging with the poison force in his force nucleus. The demon lotus poison body started waking up. Wang Ting's body was like a huge poison furnace, merging all the poison forces together and pushing them through a certain bottleneck. Boom! He trembled. The bottleneck vibrated and broke. His poison force had advanced another stage. 11-star General Stage. Wang Ting stretched his back. His body was full of powerful energy as his bones cracked loudly. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion and Little White killed the other centipedes around them and were preparing to claim credit from Wang Ting. They felt his aura when they got closer to him. He has become stronger again. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion was dumbfounded. Done? Wang Ting asked. Yes. We even dug out their star cores and star bones. They're all here. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion took out many poison element star cores and 3 poison element star bones. He tried to flatter Wang Ting. Well done, Wang Ting praised them. He glanced around him and picked up the attribute bubbles silently. The attribute bubbles flew over under the control of his spiritual power. Poison Force *500 blank, Attribute *280 Poison Force *320 Poison Force *410 blank, Attribute *550. Wang Ting was elated. He collected another round of Poison Force and blank attribute. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 745 Heaven Fire Meteor. 3. Poison Force. 5230/20011 star. His poison force increased once again and stabilized at a new level. He had more than 60,000 blank attributes currently. It was a sizable amount. Let's go. Continue. Wang Ting's eyes were glowing. He ordered the metal armor Flaming Scorpion and Little White to clear up the scene before leaving. Wang Ting didn't leave the Pasaraya Plains. He continued killing star beasts here. From the south to the north, from the west to the east. Day after day, more and more Lord-level star beasts died in his hands. One day, a team of martial warriors from Country Boar arrived in the west of the Pasaraya Plains. They were discussing in low voices. I think there was a Lord-level snow wolf nearby. Why aren't there any movements today? That's right. There are fewer star beasts around. Did they migrate? I heard others complaining that the number of star beasts in other regions has decreased sharply. Did something happen here that we don't know about? Who knows? This is not our business. The higher authorities should have received the news. They will investigate this matter and arrive at a conclusion soon. Let's act accordingly. Once something isn't right, well, leave. Yes. Their footsteps went further along with their voices. All the martial warriors from Country Boar noticed that there were lesser star beasts when they came to the Pasaraya Plains to hunt. Fortunately, ordinary martial warriors didn't dare to offend Lord-level star beasts. Hence, they didn't realize that many Lord-level star beasts had disappeared without a trace. 1 month later, at night, Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the crown of a tree and counted his gains. Scanning his attributes panel, a smile appeared at the edge of his lips. After more than a month of constant killing, all of his forces had reached the 13-star general stage. This included the mutated elements: wind, lightning, poison, and ice. All the 9 elements had reached the 13-star general stage. No one might believe him if he told them. But the truth was, he did it. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, and ice. Wang Ting pushed all these elements to the 13-star general stage by killing star beasts. His light force and dark force didn't increase since none of the star beasts possessed these two forces. At this moment, even if he didn't mobilize his forces, his body naturally gave off a frightening aura. He was like a terrifying beast, powerful beyond imagination. Currently, he was at the peak of Earth's martial warriors. He could even challenge the leader of martial arts. Wang Ting slowly stood up on the crown of the tree. He gazed at the night sky and felt emotional for some reason. He had finally reached this step. It seemed like yesterday when he stepped onto the martial arts path. However, he was already at the peak of Earth's martial warriors. An even higher level was waiting for him. The night breeze blew against his black hair, revealing his young face and that pair of bright and deep eyes. It's time to practice the planetary stage scriptures and convert the normal forces into constellation forces. Wang Ting muttered to himself. His eyes were shining. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Other than killing star beasts, he also farmed attribute bubbles from the Plato beings. He had received all 5 basic element planetary stage scriptures. True to his guess, they were the Star Fire Scripture, the Star Wood Scripture, the Star Metal Scripture, the Star Earth Scripture, and the Star Water Scripture. They shared some similarities, so Wang Ting decided to cultivate them together to see what effects he could achieve. His blank attributes had also reached an unprecedented number. Blank attribute 123780. He had more than 120,000 attribute. He had never accumulated such a huge sum. Unfortunately, he was going to use them soon. Wang Ting got ready to start his cultivation session. Suddenly, a frightening explosion came from the distant sky. It sounded far away. What was that? Wang Ting was astounded. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the noise. 2 large balls of fire shot down from the sky like 2 shooting stars, leaving a trail of flames behind them. One landed in the direction of Country Boar, while the other landed in Country Xia. Heaven Fire Meteor. This is. Wang Ting's expression turned grave, his heart pounding furiously in his chest. An ominous feeling wafted into his heart. He didn't know that many other shooting stars had landed on Earth at the same time. Some fell into the sea while others landed in the White Eagle Nation, Country Bat, Country Inca, and Country Star. Gales blew throughout Earth. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 746 Capital Xia had fallen. What is going on? What's that shooting star? Wang Ting was jittery. He looked in Country Boar's direction before turning to Country Xia. He could ignore the other places, but his friends and family were in Country Xia. If anything happened to them. A few seconds later, his gaze turned firm. He took out the Queen Phoenix battlecraft from the space fragment and decided to stop his cultivation temporarily. He wanted to go back and take a look. However, just when he was about to step into his battlecraft, his wristwatch vibrated. There were messages. It wasn't just one message. The leader of martial arts. Don't come back. Commander Hong. Alien invasion. Extremely powerful. Don't come back. The messages appeared on Wang Ting's wristwatch almost at the same time. His expression underwent a huge change. He was thunderstruck. Alien invasion. What he was afraid of the most still happened in the end. What a coincidence. He got to know of aliens only recently, and there was suddenly an alien invasion. He didn't think that they would come so quickly. He even felt that it might not happen at all. The universe was huge, and Earth was just an inconspicuous planet situated in a remote planetary sector far away from the central region of the alien civilization. Thus, the chances of the aliens discovering Earth were extremely small. However, this small chance still got realized. Aliens had invaded Earth. From the messages sent by the leader of martial arts and the other commanders, it wasn't hard to tell that these aliens were a mighty force. They were unharmed by the overlapped space on Earth. They didn't get injured and caught like the Plato beings. What was happening there? Wang Ting sent messages back to confirm the situation, but no one replied to him. They were like pebbles dropped in the sea. There was no response. Something bad has happened. Wang Ting's expression turned grim. His eyes flickered, and the forbidding feeling in his heart grew stronger. He had never been so serious in his life. Everything happened too quickly. Only half an hour had passed since the meteors fell on Earth to the time the leader of martial arts sent him the message. Yet, he couldn't get any response from them. Something bad had already happened. This was proof that the aliens were extremely powerful and terrifying. Even the leader of martial arts got caught by them. His life might even be in danger. Wang Ting took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He pushed down the urge to return. If the leader of martial arts couldn't defeat the invaders, he would just be sending himself to death. He hadn't converted this forces into Constellation Force, so he wasn't the aliens' match. Nonetheless, he wouldn't feel at ease unless he knew what happened. Wang Ting felt that he should do something. The gears in his mind turned, and he thought of a plan. Clones. He could use his clones as scouts to find out the latest situation. Wang Ting's concealing skills were exceptional, but he wasn't certain if he could hide from the aliens. If he couldn't, it would be dangerous for him to go personally. However, this wasn't a concern if he sent his clones. Clones could send information back even if they were killed. It wouldn't harm his life either. Wang Ting sat down cross-legged. The spiritual power and forces in his body moved according to the darkness clone technique. Outside, a ball of black mist started gathering. Soon, it turned into another Wang Ting. But he didn't stop there. He pondered for a moment and added earth and wood force into the clone's body. Just now, he only gave fire force to the clone. Considering how powerful the aliens might be, Wang Ting felt that he should instill more forces into him. He didn't need to be very strong, but he mustn't be weak. He needed to be appropriately powerful. That way, he could fool the opponent and make it easier for him to sneak attack in the future. After putting earth and wood force into the clone, Wang Ting stopped and looked at him. He said, "Thanks for your hard work this time. Master, this is too much. You're sending me to death," the clone said bitterly. Wang Ting specially changed his appearance to Yao Jis, the person whom he disguised as when he was in the Zhenli clan. He looked funny. What a poor clone. He was being sent on a suicide mission. Cough, you'll get used to dying. It's nothing, Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and said. The clone. F***K, is this what you should say? Although Wang Ting was the true form, the clone wanted to curse and swear at him. Don't sweat the details. You can come to life again after you die. Isn't that good? Wang Ting comforted him. This doesn't sound good either. The clone rolled his eyes. He waved his hand and said, I'm leaving. If I stay a second longer, I'll die from anger before I get killed by the aliens. All the best. Wang Ting clenched his fist and cheered for his clone loudly. The clone stumbled. He felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He felt tired. It was a tragedy for him to have such a master. The clone quickened his pace and entered the battlecraft. The cabin door closed behind him. Wang Ting watched the Queen Phoenix battlecraft as it rose into the air. It turned into a ray of black light and shot towards the horizon, disappearing in the blink of an eye. I can only wait now. Wang Ting closed his eyes and tried his best to remain calm. Things had already happened, so he could only wait patiently. 1 hour later, the battlecraft reached country Xia. Before it could get closer, it was forced to stop. The clone walked out of the battlecraft and looked at the huge flying object hovering over capital Xia. He was dumbfounded. Is this the alien spacecraft? The clone muttered to himself in astonishment. The spacecraft almost covered the entire central district of the capital, casting its shadow on the city below. Many skyscrapers got destroyed by it. The spacecraft gave off a bright and mysterious glow in the night sky. It lit up the entire capital Xia, clear and dazzling. Wang Ting saw this scene through the clone's eyes. He was flabbergasted and solemn. This spacecraft was many times bigger than the -3 spacecraft he had obtained from the Plato beings. If this spacecraft was a luxurious mansion, the -3 spacecraft would be a small single-story house in the village. These two were incomparable. Wang Ting's attention was quickly attracted by the situation in capital Xia. Ruins were seen everywhere in capital Xia. It had suffered a huge wave of destruction. Flames and smoke could still be seen in certain areas. Explosions kept resounding from all over the city. Capital Xia, the heart of country Xia, had suffered such a frightening calamity. The streets were filled with the blaring sirens and terrified howls of civilians. People were running everywhere while glancing at the huge spacecraft above them in fear. Some of them even kneeled down to pray and plead. The scene was chaotic. It seemed as if the apocalypse had come. Capital Xia had fallen. Chapter 747 Blue-haired young man Capital Xia had fallen. This astonishing thought appeared in Wang Ting's mind unconsciously as he looked at the situation in the city through his clone. He didn't know where the leader of martial arts and the 3 great commanders were or whether they were alive. The alien spacecraft hovered over capital Xia fearlessly, and the city was plunged into chaos. Wasn't it obvious that it had fallen? What kind of presence had landed on Earth? How were they able to occupy the entire capital Xia within 2 short hours? Mind you, there were many powerful martial warriors in capital Xia, including a bunch of general stage martial warriors. However, at one glance, there were no signs of general stage marital warriors. They were either captured or killed by the aliens or were hiding because they feared the invaders. No matter what it was, it meant that the aliens were extremely powerful. The clone received Wang Ting's order and prepared to sneak into capital Xia. Suddenly, a ray of light shone down from the huge spacecraft in front, landing directly on the Queen Phoenix battlecraft where the clone was at. Oh shit! The clone was appalled. He jumped out of the spacecraft and escaped without any hesitation. The next instant, the light hit the Queen Phoenix battlecraft and turned it into a ball of light amidst an explosion. The clone appeared some distance away. Staring at the Queen Phoenix battlecraft that was about to disappear, a drop of cold sweat fell down his forehead. What a close call! He almost died before he saw any aliens. But the Queen Phoenix battlecraft was destroyed. His master must be furious. After all, he had received the plane not long ago and only used it a few times before it went out of commission. What a pity! The clone felt a little awkward. He thought that he could avoid the detection of the alien spacecraft using the anti-detection device from -3, but he was too naive. He got discovered almost instantly and paid the price. That anti-detection device was rubbish. Indeed, Shah Didi and his companions were a bunch of poor fellows. Shah Didi received another grudge in his deep sleep. The explosion in the sky attracted the attention of the people below. Many of them raised their heads. They didn't know what had happened. The clone executed the shadow-merging secret skill and disappeared into the dark, hoping to evade detection of the aliens' spacecraft. Fortunately, the ray of light stopped shooting after it destroyed the battlecraft. The clone felt its way toward the alien spacecraft. There was no need to visit other places. He headed directly towards the enemy. If he could find one or two aliens and get some information out of them, it would give his master an advantage for his plans in the future. Soon, he came close to the spacecraft and found the entrance. The entrance was extremely eye-catching. The aliens might be exceptionally confident in themselves, so they left it wide open. The clone hid in the dark and flew deep into the spacecraft. There was a long corridor behind the cabin door. The entire passageway was dim, so he was able to sneak in without any issue. The clone proceeded quickly and met a bunch of aliens when it turned around a corner. To his surprise, these aliens looked almost the same as humans. The only difference was their long hair, which came in different and strange colors. Their hair color wasn't the unconventional hair colors youngsters liked to dye. Instead, the colors were pure and natural. These aliens laughed and chatted happily as they walked out. They seemed to be heading outside. The clone leaned close to the wall and merged into the darkness. He remained silent. Wang Ting understood these aliens' abilities through the clone. Compared to Shah Didi, these aliens hadn't reached the planetary stage. But they were all at the general stage, and none of them was below the 12-star general stage. The most important thing was, the force they had wasn't the ordinary force. It was constellation force. Wang Ting didn't understand their language, so he could only watch them leaving the spacecraft. With a heavy heart, the clone continued walking in. He didn't understand the internal structure of the spacecraft, so he could only search the paths one by one. This spacecraft was huge with many passageways. He didn't know where to go. The clone only knew that he must head towards the central region to get to the control room of this spacecraft. That was the core of the spacecraft. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he finally came to the control room. But when he reached his destination, he squinted his eyes. The control room was enormous, and its infrastructure was strange. There were devices everywhere. Many aliens were operating them, looking busy. In the center, there was a spacious and comfortable resting area. A young man was sitting on the sofa there. A few beautiful ladies stood beside him, feeding him crystal-clear fruits and massaging his limbs and back. He must be enjoying himself. There was a huge cage placed in front of him. The leader of martial arts and the other martial warriors were locked in it. Pfft! The young man had long blue hair, and his pupils were azure blue. He wore an unruly smile on his face as he spat out some seeds. This Earth is quite interesting. It's so underdeveloped, yet it's a land of wakening. The clone's gaze turned sharp. This young man was speaking in their language. Land of wakening. Wang Ting was shocked. He repeated the words in his heart. The martial warriors in the cage remained quiet. They waited for the blue-haired young man to continue speaking. The blue-haired young man took the glass of red wine that a beautiful lady had passed him and stood up. He strolled towards the martial warriors and continued, "There are many benefits in the land of wakening, enough to attract us. If not, I wouldn't really want to come to his remote and backward planet." He took a sip of wine and opened his mouth again. "You guys are the leaders of this country, Xia. No one is more familiar with the Earth than you. I need you to cooperate with me. Of course, I'll give you some benefits too. As long as you help me get what I want and make me happy, I can bring you along as my subordinates when I leave this planet. I will bring you out to a bigger world." The blue-haired young man was calm and composed the whole way. The arrogance in his voice couldn't be clearer. It looked down on the Earth. He felt normal to treat the leader of martial arts and the others as his subordinate. He even felt that this was charity, a gift for them. The universe is huge. You might be formidable warriors on Earth, but out there, you're nothing. Your survival is tied with me. You will only be able to break the barrier that has been stopping you and become a true warrior like me if you leave with me. So, you should consider this properly." The blue-haired young man smiled confidently and sat back on the sofa. However, the scene he imagined didn't happen. The people didn't surrender. "In your dreams. Our Earth might be underdeveloped, but we will never be slaves." "That's right, we'll never be slaves." Angry shouts came from the cages. The martial warriors from Earth were infuriated. They stood up and glared at the blue-haired young man. "Seriously, you're tempting fate." The blue-haired young man's face became black as a pot, and his gaze turned cold. Swoosh! He raised his hand and pointed at the cage. A sharp ray of light penetrated one of the martial warrior's head, leaving behind a glaring bloody hole. The martial warrior fell to the ground. "Old Chun!" The martial warriors around him were flabbergasted. As they stared at the corpse in astonishment, a chill surged into their hearts. This 12-star general stage martial warrior got killed so easily. Although the three great commanders were furious, they didn't make any sound. This blue-haired young man had a short fuse. Provoking him wasn't a good idea. The leader of martial arts closed his eyes as if he was asleep. "Who is it?" the blue-haired young man suddenly yelled. He acted at the same time and pointed at the entrance of the control room. Swoosh! A sharp ray of light shot out, and the clone was forced to reveal himself from the shadow-merging secret skill. "How bold of you! How dare you infiltrate my spacecraft?" The blue-haired young man snorted. He disappeared on the spot. The clone turned serious. He retreated when a figure appeared behind him and grabbed his throat. Chapter 748 Nicholas. "I'm your dad." Wang Ting didn't expect his clone to get discovered so quickly. The actions of the blue-haired young man angered the clone. He accidentally released some aura and got detected by the other party. His ability and senses were frightening. Wang Ting felt helpless. He couldn't control the clone's thoughts. There was still some difference between him and the clone. Unfortunately, he was far away, so he couldn't do anything no matter how agitated he was. Anyway, he had expected this to happen. The clone would definitely die on this journey. If he could figure out the opponent's ability, it would be a worthy loss. Wang Ting's gaze turned cold. He looked into the spacecraft through the clone's vision. The clone retreated the moment he got discovered. The blue-haired young man chased after him with a smirk. He clawed at the clone's neck. This opponent might be a formidable warrior on this planet, but to him, he was just a nobody that he could kill with a pinch of his fingers. The martial warriors in the cage got attracted by the commotion and looked over. When they saw the clone's face, they were stunned. It was an unfamiliar face. Die. While everyone was guessing his identity, the blue-haired young man became impatient. He stomped out and dashed towards the clone at the speed of lightning. A claw formed from blue light appeared on his hand. He wanted to grab the clone's neck. The clone remained calm. Despite being in peril, it reacted instantly. Forces erupted from his body, and he punched at the blue claw. Boom! Crimson-red force enveloped the fist as it slammed onto the blue claw. The two martial warriors paused for a split second before an explosion occurred. The clone made use of the impact to retreat 10 meters. The blue-haired young man only flew back for 3 meters. The difference in ability was vast. Very strong. To the other martial warriors, the clone was already very powerful. Where did this martial warrior come from? The spectators were stunned when they saw the clone remaining unscathed after taking a claw from the blue-haired young man. They were puzzled too. They started guessing his identity. By right, the other formidable martial warriors in country Xia wouldn't be able to arrive so quickly. They had never seen this person around either. It was impossible that they hadn't heard of his name. Did he grow out from the soil? The blue-haired young man stopped in his tracks. With a gloomy expression, he placed his hands behind his back and squinted at the clone. Not bad. What's your name? You look a little ugly, but I have decided to give you a chance to be my subordinate. His tone was full of conceit, and his expression was proud. He was the perfect display of a man who was born with arrogance. Oh my, I guess I have to thank you, the clone said in a mocking tone. I don't mind telling you my name. Listen carefully, I'm the most handsome man in the universe, the one who charms thousands of ladies, women's best friend and the ruler of the red light district, Nicholas. I'm your dad Wang. The blue-haired young man was stunned. To hell with being the most handsome man in the universe and charming thousands of ladies. Women's best friend and the ruler of the red light district? Why don't you look at yourself? Please forgive him for being inexperienced, but he had never seen such a shameless person. Nicholas. I'm your dad Wang, right? Damn it, what kind of name is this? The blue-haired young man said helplessly. He didn't notice anything wrong with the name. The leader of martial arts and the 3 great commanders looked at him strangely. They had a familiar feeling. Especially the 3 great commanders. They had seen how despicable someone was. This young man's style was exactly the same as that fellow's. In addition, that name, Nicholas. I'm your dad. Wang. He must be Wang Ting. I'm your dad? Wasn't he scolding the blue-haired young man directly? Only that fellow could think of such strange ways to tease a person. As for his current appearance, they didn't think that it was a problem. There were many ways for someone to change their faces. The leader of martial arts hadn't witnessed Wang Ting's shamelessness personally, but he had heard the rumors. Hence, he arrived at the same conclusion. He exchanged glances with the 3 great commanders and confirmed his thoughts. It was that fellow. They turned serious. Didn't they tell him not to come? This fellow was too stubborn. He didn't listen to them at all. They were furious and agitated. Despite knowing that he wasn't the young man's match, he still came. Wasn't he walking right into the trap? Wang Ting shouldn't have done such a stupid thing. They didn't understand. Think carefully. Are you willing to be my subordinate? The blue-haired young man asked again. He didn't mind Wang Ting's diss just now. Where are you from? The clone asked a question of his own. He took out a blade and held it in his hand. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. It looks like you want to tempt fate. The blue-haired young man didn't want to tell his background. His gaze turned sharp when he saw the clone taking out his weapon. In that case, let's fight. My fated enemy, this is a battle between 2 men. The winner will get the woman, the clone said in a serious tone. It sounded extremely stupid and strange. The 3 great commanders, the leader of martial arts, everyone, The blue-haired young man. Damn it, where did this weirdo come from? Why was he so strange? How frightening. What did he mean by the winner would get the woman? Where did that woman come from? The blue-haired young man felt goosebumps rising on his skin. He shivered uncontrollably. Have a taste of my blade. The clone stepped forward and shot toward the blue-haired young man like an arrow. He slashed the sword down. Crimson-red light exploded in the air. Flaming blade conscious. Boom. The roaring flames swarmed toward the blue-haired young man along with their scorching heat. You're overestimating yourself. The blue-haired young man snorted. A blue long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was as clear as crystal and gave off a glistening glow. It looked extraordinary. The long sword trembled and turned into lingering shadows as it headed towards the crimson blade glow. Boom! An explosion rang through the air. The clone squinted. His blade was chopped into two like a piece of tofu by the blue sword. Then, he felt a pain in his chest. He lowered his head and noticed that the long sword had penetrated his heart. The leader of martial arts and the three great commanders closed their eyes in despair. They didn't want Wang Ting to come back because he was their last hope. However, the clone raised his head and looked at the blue-haired young man, who was staring at him with a mocking smile. He cried in a strange tone, "Ah, you're so strong. I'm going to die if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 749. Greed. The smirk on the blue-haired young man's face froze. Why did he sound so fake and exaggerated? He didn't seem like someone who was about to die. Did he have a trump card? The blue-haired young man was puzzled. At the same time, he was infuriated. He pulled out his long sword with a swoosh. Blood splattered out like a crimson flower. Ah! The clone screamed in pain. He clutched his chest and shouted, "Pain, pain!" Veins popped out on the blue-haired young man's forehead. He was in a bad mood. Even the other martial warriors were speechless. The grim atmosphere was destroyed instantly. Everyone felt that something was strange. They stared at Wang Ting curiously. Did he have a way of saving his own life? So noisy. The blue-haired young man snorted. He wanted to kill Wang Ting once and for all with a slash of his sword. "There's no need to trouble you. I'll do it myself," the clone suddenly shouted, giving the blue-haired young man an evil smile. The instant he finished speaking, a loud explosion came from within his body. Damn it! The blue-haired young man was furious. He tapped his feet on the ground and flew back. Boom! The force inside the clone's body exploded and swept out. He chose to self-destruct. The impact of the self-destruction of a 13-star general stage martial warrior was terrifying. The residual forces gushed out, destroying everything in their way. After some time, the control room finally resumed calmness. The items in the center resting area were mostly in ruins. The sofa, the delicious wine, and the expensive pieces of furniture were all burning. However, the devices weren't affected. Circular shields had appeared around them, blocking the impact of the explosion just now. The explosion didn't hurt the shield at all. The martial warriors in the cage weren't injured that seriously, but they looked miserable. Although they didn't bear the brunt of the explosion, this was still the self-destruction of a 13-star general stage martial warrior. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to handle it. Fortunately, the cage had a certain level of defense. If it didn't, some of the 12-star martial warriors might have been injured. The blue-haired young man was furious. He wasn't angry because of the loss, but he felt that he got fooled. That earthling made him unhappy even at his moment of death. This was a provocation. As someone who lived comfortably and enjoyed praises and flattery all the time, he couldn't accept it. However, he had already noticed something amiss. That earthling wasn't the true form. It was something like a clone. It meant that the person behind this clone possessed this battle technique. Earthlings might not recognize it, but he did at one glance. The blue-haired young man's eyes shimmered, burning with greed. He turned to look at the leader of martial arts and asked, "Do you guys know who that man is?" Everyone remained quiet. No one replied to him. "Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" "If no one replies, you're not of any use to me anymore," the blue-haired young man said coldly. His icy words made people's hearts jump. No one doubted him. The martial warrior who died a few moments ago was the best proof. Some people started to waver. They couldn't beat this blue-haired young man. Worth resisting for nothing? "We don't know him." The leader of martial arts suddenly opened his mouth. "You'll get the same reply if you ask them. We have never seen this person before." "Oh? No one knows him?" The blue-haired young man stared at the leader of martial arts and sneered. "Do you think him an idiot? We have never seen him before." "Yes, that's right." Since the leader of martial arts had spoken, the others agreed readily. They didn't know who the clone was, so they sounded extremely confident and certain when they spoke. They seemed to be telling the truth. The blue-haired young man was confused. Were they really speaking the truth? This is a lie detector. Repeat your answers. If anyone is lying to me, you know the consequences. The blue-haired young man took out a device from his space ring and said. The leader of martial arts and the three great commanders felt their hearts skipping a beat. They knew that it wasn't the same lie detector as the one they had on Earth. The alien civilization was much more advanced. It wouldn't be easy to fool this machine. However, their expressions remained calm. There was no need to be anxious. They would just wait and see what would happen. You first. The blue-haired young man pointed at the leader of martial arts. I have never seen that person, the leader of martial arts said without any hesitation. His expression didn't change, and he was extremely composed. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Not recognizing him was different from never seeing this person's face. The leader of martial arts had indeed never seen this clone's face before. The lie detector gave its verdict. He wasn't lying. The leader of martial arts heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wang Ting didn't use his real appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to play around with words and escape the test. The blue-haired young man frowned. He pointed at the three great commanders and ordered them to take the test. The result was the same. The three great commanders had never seen Wang Ting's clone before either. As the other martial warriors took the test one after the other, the blue-haired young man furrowed his brows. He was exasperated. He wasn't stupid. He had guessed the crux of the issue. The person who possessed this skill hid well. He didn't show his true face, so these people didn't know his identity. It wasn't hard to guess the reason. He knew many people in the universe who possessed this cloning skill. All of them acted the same way. This wasn't a unique case. Clones could become an important trump card. They mustn't expose themselves easily. The blue-haired young man waved his hand and asked his men to bring these martial warriors down and lock them up. He was preparing to take control of the entire country Xia. In the Pasaraya Plains, Wang Ting opened his eyes and went through all the information he had received from his clone. After some time, he muttered to himself, Capital Xia has fallen. The leader of martial arts and the other martial warriors are captured. These aliens have a big plan. The blue-haired young man called Earth the Land of Awakening. Does this mean Force will undergo some changes when it comes to Earth? The opportunities here have attracted even them. If I'm right, those meteors formed when they were landing. That means that Country Boar has probably fallen too. What about the other countries? Wang Ting was worried. These aliens were too powerful. One person was enough to make a country lose all resistance. Fortunately, he had used his clone to hide his identity. Based on their technology and ability, he wouldn't be able to escape if he was discovered. Even so, it wouldn't be difficult for them to find him. His reputation in country Xia was huge. They would be able to locate him after some investigation. Even if it was just a slight suspicion, the blue-haired young man wouldn't let go of this suspect. Before that happened, he needed to raise his ability quickly to welcome the upcoming dangers. Wang Ting's gaze turned sharp. He closed his eyes and looked at his attributes panel. His clone had picked up some attributes from the blue-haired young man. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 750 Sahara Constellation Force, Water. * 120 Imperial Realm Spirit * 55 Imperial Realm Enlightenment * 46 There were only 3 attribute bubbles, but Wang Ting was able to get some information out of them. This blue-haired young man possessed water force. Of course, he might also have other forces. Furthermore, his spirit had reached the Imperial Realm too. This blue-haired young man was probably at the same level as Sha Didi. They were both at the planetary stage, but there was a stark difference in their abilities. His sword was also an exceptional weapon. The blade his clone used was a 9-star rune blade he stole from the base of the Zhenli clan. Yet, it got easily cut into 2 by that sword. Wang Ting analyzed the blue-haired young man's ability using these details and compared it with himself. No matter what, he needed to raise his realm to the planetary stage. That way, he had a chance to fight with that young man. Before that, he must convert all his 5 basic element forces into constellation force. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind. Finally, he made his decision. He added the blank attributes to the 5 planetary stage scriptures. The higher his grasp of the scriptures, the faster his cultivation speed would be. Hence, Wang Ting decided to invest the blank attribute into the planetary stage scriptures. Foundation, well-versed, specialized, small achievement, big achievement, perfected. Wang Ting raised the levels gradually. Before stopping, he realized that a large number of blank attributes were needed to raise these scriptures from the foundation to the perfected stage. The foundation stage required 500 points. The well-versed stage required 1,000 points, then 3,000 for the specialized stage, 5,000 for the small achievement stage, and 8,000 for the big achievement stage. Finally, the perfected stage required 10,000 points. In summary, he needed 27,500 points to reach the perfected stage for one scripture. If he wanted to max out all 5 scriptures, he would need 137,500 points. Wang Ting's face turned green. Damn it, he had worked so hard to accumulate 123,780 points of blank attribute, only to find out that they weren't enough. F***K. Wang Ting couldn't help but curse. What's so great about these planetary stage scriptures? Why do they need so many blank attributes? Wang Ting almost had a breakdown. He felt like a villager who came into a second-tier city hoping to buy a house with 500,000 renminbi, only to realize that this was the deposit of a small studio. He could buy a mansion with the same amount of money in the countryside. That was not the end. After paying the deposit, he still had to work hard to pay off the loan. Add it. These 5 scriptures are nothing to me. I believe I can handle them. Wang Ting was a decisive person. The need of the hour was to increase his ability. He gritted his teeth and added all the blank attributes to the scriptures. This was an investment. Once his ability increased, he could gain more attribute bubbles. Also, he wanted to see what would happen if he raised these 5 seemingly connected planetary stage scriptures to the perfected stage. After adding the blank attributes, the levels of the 5 scriptures shot up instantly. Starfire Scripture 10,000/1000 perfected. Star Water Scripture 10,000/10,000 perfected. Star Metal Scripture 10,000/10,000 perfected. Star Earth Scripture 10,000/10,000 perfected, star water scripture, 4280/8000 big achievement, all the blank attributes were used. Besides the star water scripture, the other 4 had reached the perfected stage. Wang Ting didn't waste any time and began cultivating. Instantly, the forces in his body started boiling as if there was a heater below him. Swoosh! Force swarmed around his body in waves. It spread to his limbs and meridians following the path of the scriptures. Every time a circulation was completed, a part of his ordinary force got converted into constellation force. The conversion speed was incredible. Other people might need half an hour to complete one cycle after reaching the big achievement stage for the scripture, but he only needed 10 minutes. This was thrice as fast. No wonder the difference between a normal person and a genius was so huge. One day later, a small portion of his 5 basic forces had been converted into constellation force. He stopped this cultivation session and got up. After stretching, he took out the -3 spacecraft from his space fragment and boarded it. Wang Ting gave the order when he reached the control room. 3957, let's head to the Sahara. Yes, master. Mick 3957's voice was heard. -3 spacecraft rose into the sky. Fluctuations appeared in the air before it disappeared on the spot. The Sahara used to be the largest desert on Earth. It was still an insurmountable presence to humans because of its vastness and the mysterious and powerful star beasts living inside. There were almost no signs of humans here, so it naturally became a heaven for star beasts that used to live in deserts. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The star beasts moved around all the time. Few people knew about them. Only the martial warriors who had entered deep into the Sahara would know the secrets hidden here. Wang Ting drove the -3 spacecraft and landed on a random oasis in the desert. Walking down the spacecraft, he looked around him and got surprised. The oases situated in the vast desert were miracles of life. They were like pearls in this sea of sand. They were etched in the desert, giving off a magical glow. After the invasion of force, the plants in the oasis appeared even denser. The trees climbed high up, acting like pillars of the sky. Wang Ting kept the -3 spacecraft and strode forward. He saw a clear lake in the middle of this oasis. It was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. Wang Ting stood at the edge of the lake and activated his eyes of essence and spiritual sight. His gaze went through the surface and reached deep into the lake. A large ball of force light entered his vision. Roar! The 11-star Lord-level star beast at the bottom of the lake seemed to have sensed his presence. It gave an angry roar as a warning. Bang! The surface of the water exploded from the frightening sound waves, and a huge beast rose up. This was a hideous and strange-looking fish. It flapped towards Wang Ting and opened its wide mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth that looked like a sawtooth. They gave off a sharp glint like metal. How welcoming! You gave me a gift the instant I came. Wang Ting shook his head and raised his finger. Blood moon thorns. Numerous blood-red needles were fired at the strange-looking fish amidst a red glow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The strange-looking fish didn't expect Wang Ting to be so powerful. Its body was in midair, so it couldn't dodge in time. It got stabbed by the needles directly. All the light needles penetrated the fish's body. It froze in the air before plummeting towards the ground. Boom! It slammed right in front of Wang Ting and died immediately. A few attribute bubbles dropped. Get it? Water Force *680 Water Force *350 blank attribute *1250 Wang Ting didn't care about this strange-looking fish. His expression remained indifferent as he turned and walked out of the oasis, entering the desert. His massacre journey had begun again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: You can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 751. This human didn't seem normal. In the boundless desert, a figure was walking alone. There was a long trail of footsteps behind him, stretching all the way into the horizon. This was Wang Ting. He was searching for signs of star beasts to hunt for attribute bubbles. There seemed to be no living creatures in the desert, but there were many star beasts hiding below the sand. Earlier, Wang Ting had killed 3 rounds of desert star beasts that attacked him. The sun hung high in the sky, burning the land below. Direct exposure to the sun in the desert might cost you your life, but Wang Ting was casually strolling through the Sahara. His lips weren't dry, and there was no perspiration seen on his forehead or body. He looked as if he was taking a walk after a meal. Everything was normal, if you ignored the strange cries coming from his mouth. Dear little beasts, come out quickly. Don't hide. Let's play a game of you kill me or I kill you, it's really fun. I guarantee that you won't feel like playing after you finish this round. Come out quickly, Wang Ting sang in a soft voice. He sounded like a strange uncle trying to bewitch a little girl. It would be a miracle if a star beast came out to find him. Only Wang Ting could think of this method. His mind worked in strange ways. Suddenly, there was a movement under the sand to his left. With a bang, a black figure shot out. It was a huge black lizard. It looked like the black sand magnetic lizard Wang Ting had caught in the past. Wang Ting's eyes lit up as if he had seen a treasure. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. The instant the huge black lizard pounced on him, Wang Ting swung his fist. Bang! The huge black lizard flew out a long way. All the bones in its body broke, and it fell weakly to the ground. It had died. Kill +1. A few attribute bubbles dropped out. Wang Ting picked them up immediately. Sand Control Talent *10 Earth Force *380 blank Attribute *325. Wang Ting's eyes shone. He had received the Sand Control Talent from this large black lizard. Although it overlapped with the heart of Zhongyan and the magnetic physique, and was less powerful than them, it was still a talent. Also, the black sand magnetic lizard once said that its companions were living in this desert. After seeing the black lizard, Wang Ting had enough proof to believe that this was the black sand magnetic lizard's companion. As expected, while he was in deep thought, the sand around him churned, and numerous huge black lizards started crawling out. They hissed at Wang Ting. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Wang Ting had provoked the entire lizard race when he killed that huge black lizard. This was their territory. They were always the predators. They wouldn't allow an invader to wreak havoc in their base. Boom! 2 larger black lizards appeared in front of Wang Ting. Based on the intensity of their force glows, they were at least at the 12-star Lord level. There were 2 12-star Lord level star beasts within this race. This was extremely rare. The black lizards around them moved aside to clear a path for these 2 bosses, who stopped in front of Wang Ting and said, "Human, how dare you invade the territory of the black sand lizards?" "So what if I did?" Wang Ting cut it off. One of the black sand lizards wanted to continue speaking, but Wang Ting interrupted it once again. He pretended to be scared and said, "What do you want to do? Do you want to eat me? You're so cruel. This is so scary." The black sand lizard, "This human didn't seem normal. Don't eat me. My meat is sour. It isn't nice at all. I'm not lying. Please believe me," Wang Ting continued hurriedly. "I have eaten human meat before. It's delicious," the Lord-level black sand lizard said calmly. No. I'm different from the other humans. My meat isn't good at all. In being honest, Wang Ting shook his head fervently as if he was terrified. He kept retreating. The black sand lizards around him inched closer. The entire area was packed with lizards. There was no path for him to escape. Wang Ting didn't even know how many black sand lizards there were in this area. How did they manage to support so many lizards? There isn't much food here. Even if it's sour, we will still eat it, the other Lord-level black sand lizard said. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Lon the ordinary black sand lizards got excited. There was only one human, and he was definitely not enough to fill up their stomachs, but they hadn't enjoyed human meat in a long time. Hence, they were happy to have a small bite of him to cleanse their palate. After all, it wasn't easy to find a human here. The black sand lizards bared their teeth and smiled eerily at Wang Ting. Wait, I have your friend. I brought your clansman back, Wang Ting said suddenly. Clansman? The Lord-level black sand lizard asked curiously. That's right. Take a look. I spent a lot of effort to save it. You should thank me. Wang Ting took out the black sand magnetic lizard from his space ring. The instant the black sand magnetic lizard appeared, the other black sand lizards started getting restless. They hissed at the black sand magnetic lizard in the cage. The black sand magnetic lizard hadn't come to its senses yet. It opened its eyes in bewilderment and realized that it was back in this familiar desert with many irritating and familiar fellows around it. It lowered its body and hissed at the black sand lizards. Wang Ting was stunned. What's this? This black sand magnetic lizard seemed to be an enemy of these bunch of black sand lizards. It seemed angry to see them. Deviant. The cold voices of the two Lord-level black sand lizards were heard. Deviant. Wang Ting was stunned. He understood this scene. This black sand magnetic lizard was a mutated lizard and wasn't recognized by its clansmen. Haha, I didn't know that star beasts had discrimination. Interesting. Wang Ting glanced around him with interest. There was disdain in his gaze. Human, give this lizard to me, a Lord-level black sand lizard said. What if I don't? Wang Ting chuckled. Then you can die with it. The Lord-level black sand lizard howled indignantly and ordered, Kill them! The black sand lizards around started hissing. They didn't pounce on Wang Ting. Instead, as they hissed, the sand on the ground started floating up, painting the sky yellow. It was a frightening scene. The entire race used their sand control talent at the same time. It was like a huge sandstorm. The sand formed a wall, and the visibility inside was almost zero. The sandstorm surged toward Wang Ting. This looks good. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He felt that he could add this battle technique to his collection. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 752 Moons in the Sea. 1. Yellow sand covered the entire sky. If anyone saw this scene, they might think that a frightening sandstorm had dawned on this part of the desert. Numerous black sand lizards hissed as they controlled the yellow sand that was wreaking havoc in the air. Wang Ting stood in the middle of the sandstorm with a calm expression. There was excitement in his eyes. No one saw what he did, but multiple sharp glints rose from his back and stabbed into the sandstorm. The shrill sonic boom got engulfed by the howls of the sandstorm. However, the hisses of the black sand lizards had changed. They were now crying in fear and agony. Stop! The two Lord-level black sand lizards were astounded and furious. They screamed at Wang Ting. It will be embarrassing if I stop when you ask me to, Wang Ting replied calmly. The flying daggers turned into sharp flashes of light as they shuttled back and forth in the sandstorm. Under the control of his spiritual power, they formed a large net and turned this area into a meat grinder, crushing all the black sand lizards inside. There was a thick bloody stench in the air. The cries got weaker and weaker. Gradually, no voices could be heard anymore. The sandstorm died down, and the situation inside was revealed. The scene was tragic. There were black sand lizards' corpses everywhere, and the yellow ground turned red from the blood. Within a few seconds, the majestic troop of black sand lizards was almost exterminated. Only the lord-level black sand lizards were left. They were like generals without an army. Wang Ting looked at the 2 lord-level black sand lizards and smiled. Did you just say you wanted to kill me? The 2 lord-level black sand lizards shuddered. They found Wang Ting's smile evil and terrifying. They stepped back unconsciously and tried to suppress the fear in their hearts, stuttering, "No, we didn't." "Really? Are you saying I heard wrong?" Wang Ting asked. "No, you didn't. We, the 2 lord-level lizards, didn't know what to say. Why did they offend this monster? The entire race was annihilated, and he made it look so easy. This human was appalling. He wasn't a human. Never mind, you can't even speak properly. You're wasting oxygen by staying alive. You should die." Wang Ting sighed. His tone was sincere though. He seemed deeply emotional that he had to send them on their way. The 2 lord-level black sand lizards were at a loss. "Why do you mean by we can't speak properly? Is it our fault? Don't you know why we are stuttering?" Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. The 2 lord-level black sand lizards wouldn't sit and wait for death. They glanced at each other. Run! They escaped without any hesitation. They gave up when they should. The sand tossed and turned on the ground. It flew up and blocked Wang Ting's vision. The 2 lord-level black sand lizards hurriedly crawled underground. Humph! Wang Ting snorted. He activated his eyes of essence to see through the layers of sand until he found the 2 lord-level black sand lizards. These 2 black sand lizards were extremely smart. They knew that they needed to separate, so one headed to the east while the other to the west. They allowed fate to decide which one would survive. However, they had underestimated Wang Ting's ability. A smirk appeared on his lips. He stretched his hands and clenched his fists. Heart of Zhongyan. He activated the Heart of Zhongyan. Boom! A loud eruption occurred deep inside the ground. The ground vibrated. Sand started gathering and formed 2 big hands. They clawed at the 2 black sand lizards. The 2 black sand lizards never imagined that Wang Ting would have this skill. They were caught off guard, but they wouldn't wait for death. They hurriedly released their sand control talent and maneuvered the sand around them to resist the big hand. Wang Ting felt an obstruction in his hands. He remained indifferent though, just increasing the force a little. Boom! The resistance of the black sand lizards was destroyed. They were grabbed tightly by the 2 large hands and dragged out of the sand. Bang! Sand spurted out like a volcano. A magnificent scene appeared not far away from where Wang Ting was standing. 2 large hands formed from sand shot out from the ground with 2 lord-level star beasts. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't escape from the grip. Sandlock. Wang Ting felt that this was a great name for this skill. He nodded to himself. Aimzim such a talent in giving names. Don't kill me. Spare me. The 2 black sand lizards were terrified. They twisted and flapped in the hands. Wang Ting showed no mercy and clenched his fists tightly. The 2 black sand lizards opened their mouth. They wanted to scream in pain, but their voices were stuck in their chest. They couldn't let it out. Splat! Suddenly, the 2 black sand lizards exploded and turned into a splatter of blood rain. It merged with the sand and landed on the ground. This is a little disgusting. This move is too cruel. It will offend the gods. Wang Ting shook his head and expressed his compassion. After all, he was kind-hearted. He self-reflected for 3 seconds before he scanned his surroundings. There were countless attribute bubbles floating on the sand. His eyes shone brightly. Get it? Sand control talent *20 blank attribute *350 earth force *420 earth force *280 blank attribute *610 sand control talent *15 earth force *350 Wang Ting gained many attribute. In summary, he received 2,580 points of sand control talent, 18,300 points of blank attributes, and 16,500 points of earth force. Chapter 753 Moons in the Sea. 2. Blank attributes were the most important thing to Wang Ting currently. He had accumulated enough to raise his star water scripture to the perfected stage. Next, he looked at his earth force. His earth force was at the 13-star high-tier general stage. If he collected more points, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. However, the 10,000 points of earth force wasn't enough for it to enter the planetary stage. There were no changes to his attributes panel. Wang Ting knew that he must convert all his normal force into constellation force before he could jump from the general stage to the planetary stage. Finally, there was the sand control talent. When the talent merged into his body, Wang Ting felt a change in his physique. He seemed to be able to control sand naturally. With a wave of his hand, he could move the sand below his feet. He opened his palm. The sand on the ground rose up like an upside-down waterfall and twirled around his arm, changing its shape according to his thoughts. At one moment it was a long sword. A second later, it turned into a battle sword, a flower, a bird, a fish. This sand control talent is more flexible than the heart of Zhongyan, Wang Ting muttered to himself. There was an obvious difference between these two talents. The heart of Zhongyan allowed him to control rocks and stones, but its emphasis was on strength and brute force. The sand control talent was more flexible and detailed. Wang Ting remembered the magnetic physique. There were some similarities between these two talents. Both allowed him to control sand, but the magnetic physique could help him control things with magnetic fields and formed magnetic field. This was a unique ability, so its power was stronger. If only I could merge these three talents. This absurd thought appeared in Wang Ting's mind. At first, this was just his wishful thinking. It was an extravagant hope. He never expected the attributes panel to give him a reaction. The attributes board showed him the formula of the merger. Sand control talent plus magnetic physique plus heart of Zhongyan equals heart of magnetic essence. Cough. The way it was displayed wasn't important. The most important thing was, after the merger of these three abilities, Wang Ting received an entirely new talent. The heart of magnetic essence. This was a higher-class physique talent. The memories of the heart of magnetic essence floated into Wang Ting's mind. He immediately understood how it worked. In summary, this talent comprised the merits of the magnetic physique, the sand control talent, and the heart of Zhongyan. Adding on, the potential of this talent was higher, and it was more powerful. Heart of magnetic essence. 1,000/10,000 Wang Ting was stunned when he saw the attributes panel. The limit of the heart of magnetic essence was 10,000. This was higher than all the physique talents he had ever received. Even the demon lotus poison body couldn't be compared with it. Of course, the ancient god's body wasn't counted. He cultivated that. The astonishing limit of the heart of magnetic essence delighted Wang Ting. He felt like he had just combined three normal items into one divine item. This was a huge gain. But its starting points are 1,000 points. I'll need more blank attributes to push it up. Never mind, I'll look at it when I have extra blank attribute. Wang Ting shook his head, lamenting how poor he was. He had just received 10,000 blank attributes, but they weren't enough at all. He was poor. Wang Ting grieved over his fate for a few seconds before gathering his emotions and heading further into the desert. His destination was the next oasis. Night came. Wang Ting arrived at the next oasis just in time. He didn't want to spend the night in the desert. Cultivation was cultivation, resting was resting. He mustn't maltreat himself. Finding a comfortable resting place was essential. After all, he loved to enjoy life. Wang Ting built a bonfire in the oasis and took out some star beast meat to barbecue. A strong fragrance spread out, whetting his appetite. After filling up his stomach, he started cultivating. He added all the blank attributes he gained to the star water scripture, so it was at the perfected stage now. He activated the 5 scriptures together. They rumbled and spun furiously in Wang Ting's body like 5 engines, converting his normal force into constellation force. Time flew. 5 days had passed. One night, Wang Ting sat cross-legged in the cultivation room in the -3 spacecraft and slowly opened his eyes. There was a sharp glint in them. A powerful and profound aura spread out from his body. He had exceeded the realms of the general stage. Wang Ting couldn't control his happiness. All the basic 5 elements of forces in his body had been converted into constellation force. It was a tough journey. He had worked hard for so many days before he succeeded. Wang Ting almost cried in joy. If other people knew that he only used a few days to convert all his 5 basic elements forces and was still pretending to feel touched by his hard work, they might kill him out of jealousy. Anyone that loved to act pretentious should die a terrible death. However, Wang Ting was honestly thinking this way. He was in a tense state after he learned of the alien invasion. He was afraid that unexpected changes might happen if he was a step too late. Hence, his heart was torn with anxiety for the past few days. He might be deep in the desert, but he still paid attention to what was happening in the outside world. Chapter 754 Moons in the Sea 3. He asked his clones to look up the situation all over the world and discovered that there were signs of aliens in every big country. All the large nations on Earth were in their hand. In front of absolute power, any resistance was futile. Looking at the performances of these alien invaders, Wang Ting realized that they didn't have a harmonious relationship. They were competitors in some sense. There seemed to be an unknown motive behind their actions. He had too little information, so he couldn't give his analysis yet. He placed most of his attention on country Xia. He could tell that the entire country was in the control of that blue-haired young man. He reorganized the structure and changed all the governors to aliens. Fortunately, the Wang family was safe. They had no choice but to listen to the orders of the invaders like other normal civilians. The earth seemed calm on the surface, but there were many undercurrents hiding beneath. They were brewing a storm powerful enough to topple the human civilization. Wang Ting kept his thoughts. His expression was solemn, and his eyes were sparkling. He mumbled to himself, "Everything is ready. It's time to advance to the planetary stage. I can only fight with them if we're at the same level." He closed his eyes and followed the direction of the scriptures to break through into the planetary stage. Focusing his mind on his body, he searched for the Sea of Nihility somewhere in his consciousness. He had seen that Sea of Nihility before, so he had some idea where it was. Please keep reading on MYB 0xN0VL, D0T, C0M. He removed all thoughts from his mind and started concentrating on himself. His consciousness sunk deeper and deeper. This feeling was extremely interesting, but Wang Ting didn't have the time to care about it. As his mind sank, his surroundings turned darker. He couldn't see or feel anything. He only felt loneliness and emptiness. Wang Ting had lost count of time. He didn't know how long had passed until he finally heard a sound. Ding-dong. Such a clear and pleasant sound. It was like a water droplet landing on the surface of a calm lake. Wang Ting opened his eyes and saw a sea. It was the Sea of Nihility. This is it. He should be overjoyed after finding the Sea of Nihility, but he was calm and composed instead. Form a bridge to link the Sea of Nihility. A voice echoed around him. Instantly, multiple rays of light appeared in the surrounding emptiness. They gathered at one spot and formed a bridge of light. Crimson, gold, blue, green, yellow. 5 bridges of light appeared in the emptiness. The 5 bridges crossed the emptiness horizontally, heading straight for the Sea of Nihility. They linked Wang Ting to the Sea of Nihility. This was a jump in quality. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sea of nihility began vibrating. The calm surface started churning, and tall waves were formed. It all seemed to be stopping the 5 bridges from birthing. However, these 5 bridges remained sturdy and strong. They were made of constellation force, the purest and thickest form of force. They were indestructible. Wang Ting didn't know that there was a high chance of failure for a normal person when breaking through to the planetary stage. The main reason was the lack of purity and density of force. They were unable to build bridges to cross the sea. Wang Ting was different. His constellation force was converted using planetary stage force skill scriptures at the perfected realm. They might be basic, but they were the most complete set of scriptures. These 5 planetary stage scriptures had been around for many years. Countless people practiced them. There was a reason for their long existence. However, many people ignored them because they wanted to find better and higher-level scriptures. At this moment, above the sea of nihility, 5 bridges of light were forming inch by inch. They withstood the obstruction and vibration from the sea of nihility and finally crossed the seemingly endless distance to reach the shore on the other side. Boom! A huge explosion occurred. The surface of the sea of nihility erupted. The 5 different types of constellation force rushed into the sea, giving rise to huge wave. A storm was raging on the sea. The 5 constellation forces gathered beneath the surface of the sea. An invisible power compressed it, hammering and purifying it before it sunk gradually to the bottom of the sea. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. The constellation force sunk into the sea of nihility. The scriptures didn't mention this. They said that after the construction of the bridges of light, the forces would arrive at the sea of nihility and transform into stars. Then, he would advance to the planetary stage. So, what was going on? Wang Ting was puzzled and astounded. If he didn't feel the powerful presence coming from the bottom of the sea of nihility, he might think that his 5 forces got swallowed by this patch of sea. Wang Ting felt helpless. He could only wait quietly. After some time, rays of light suddenly appeared at the pitch-black bottom of the sea of nihility. There were 5 rays: crimson, gold, blue, green, and yellow. The rays of light rose up, and soon 5 lotuses of different colors blossomed on the surface of the sea. Thereafter, 5 huge balls rose up gradually. Moons in the sea. This was his constellation force. Wang Ting had reached the planetary stage. Also, all his 5 basic forces had reached the planetary stage. In the real world, Wang Ting opened his eyes. A glaring light shot out of them. If you stared at him carefully, you would notice 5 stars of different colors circling continuously in the depth of his eyes. Boom! A powerful aura swarmed out of his body like a tide. The 5 colors combined to form a light pillar. It flew out of his body and soared into the pitch-black sky. The sky trembled and numerous stars shone brightly. They gave off radiant glows as if celebrating and congratulating Wang Ting's advancement into the planetary stage. Chapter 755. Advancement and Difficulty. 1. Wang Ting stood up in the spacecraft. His black hair and clothes were dancing in the air even though there was no wind. The lights that erupted from his body disappeared quickly. They had only appeared for a split second. 5 stars were slowly spinning above the sea of nihility in Wang Ting's body. It was impossible to describe the 5 stars with words. They were exceptionally beautiful. With a faint light mist floating around them, they looked dreamy. The stars were formed by numerous droplets of light. They seemed like mysterious and magical crystals. This was the aggregate of constellation force. Each star possessed a mysterious and frightening power. Unnoticeable fluctuations flowed out from the stars continuously. Wang Ting thought that he had completed the advancement process, but suddenly, a change occurred. The cores in the 5 stars started spinning. Soon, they turned into whirlpools. A powerful suction force could be felt from within. Swoosh! Wang Ting's mind started trembling abruptly. The spiritual power laying prone in his consciousness was woken up from its sleep. After his spiritual power reached the imperial realm, it had turned into a liquid state and gathered in his mind like a huge dragon. The suction force woke up the spiritual dragon, and it roared. 5 streams flowed out from its gigantic body, gushing toward the emptiness at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Wang Ting sensed the connection between them. There seemed to be a link between his consciousness and the emptiness below the sea. Invisible strings linked these two together. The 5 streams from the spiritual dragon sunk deeper and deeper. Soon, they reached the sea of nihility. Boom! The 5 streams of spiritual power combined with the 5 stars with the help of the suction forces. They landed in the abyss at the core of the stars and started twirling violently. Soon, they merged with the cores. Buzz! The 5 stars started vibrating violently. All the spiritual power flowed towards the stars. Nothing was left. The sea of nihility resumed its calmness as if nothing had ever happened. The 5 stars floated above the boundless sea of nihility silently, giving off a faint glow on its surface. Tranquility! This was amazing! At this moment, an invisible and strange energy was released from the 5 stars. It flowed through Wang Ting's body. The transformation had started. As the invisible force filled with vitality and power spread throughout his body, tremendous changes started taking place in Wang Ting's muscles, bones, and organs. Unknown transformations were happening at the cellular level too. If one didn't experience this change, one wouldn't be able to imagine it. This was a jump in the status of life. It was a change in the very nature of a human. The process sounded extremely slow, but it was actually as fast as lightning. Within a few seconds, Wang Ting had transformed entirely. A faint and powerful aura burst out of his body. At this moment, his body had finally turned into the body of a planetary stage warrior. As the 5 stars in Wang Ting's body calmed down, the stars in the sky regained their peace. However, many people on Earth had noticed this extraordinary phenomenon. Far away in the White Eagle Nation, the capital was occupied by an alien spacecraft. This spacecraft was different from the one hanging above country Xia, but it was similarly huge and terrifying. A golden-haired young man was standing on the top of the spacecraft. His hands were placed behind his back and his golden hair was swimming in the wind. He appeared holy and divine. Looking at the sky with his narrow eyes, he suddenly smiled. Interesting. Someone managed to reach the planetary stage on his own on this underdeveloped planet. What's more, this isn't a normal planetary stage breakthrough. The stars around this planet wouldn't have reacted if it was just a normal advancement. It's been a long time since this scene last occurred. In country Inca, a young man with brown hair was sitting at the top of a spacecraft. He looked into the night sky with his deep eyes and exclaimed, "What a surprise! It looks like this trip is getting more and more interesting. I'm getting excited." In Country Star, on Mount Saint, a green-haired lady stood on the roof of the holy temple. Her white long gown floated against the wind. Ale stood behind her quietly. However, when she raised her head and saw the stars glittering in the sky, her gaze changed. "You seem happy?" the green-haired lady in front suddenly asked. Ale was shocked. Her gaze immediately turned indifferent and she replied, "That's none of your business." The green-haired lady smiled gently. She didn't get angry and whispered instead, "Things are getting interesting. I wonder who advanced to the planetary stage." This scene didn't just happen in these 3 places. The other aliens who had invaded Earth came out of their territories in astonishment. Some were surprised, some were curious, and others were contemptuous. No matter what their thoughts were, this matter had attracted the attention of all the aliens. Capital Xia. The blue-haired young man stood at the top of his spacecraft and stared into the universe. His expression was gloomy. A variable. This was a huge variable in his plan. A planetary stage martial warrior had appeared on Earth. This was an underdeveloped planet. The planetary stage shouldn't exist here. Yet it did. Chapter 756. He had a feeling that the person who reached the planetary stage was from country Xia. It was most likely the true form of the clone. He had conducted an investigation in the past few days. From the information, he picked out the most likely suspect. Without a doubt, Wang Ting had the ability, and he had been a rising star in this country. Thus, he was his first suspect. Moreover, he couldn't be found until today. This made him even more certain that Wang Ting was the person hiding in the dark. "Are you trying to play hide and seek with me?" The blue-haired young man's face turned cold and his gaze became stern. "Let's see if you have the ability to play the game." A few figures flew out from the spacecraft and landed behind him, half kneeling on the ground. "Bring me all the people related to Wang Ting," the blue-haired young man said indifferently. The people received his order and turned into rays of light, disappearing in the night sky. In the Sahara Desert, Wang Ting walked out of the spacecraft and felt the changes in his body. He stared at the stars in the sky with shimmering eyes. When his body was undergoing transformation, he was able to sense the echo of the millions of stars in the universe. It was an incredible experience. His body seemed to have turned into a mini-universe. The 5 stars floated above the sea of nihility, circling at a slow speed. His body had the same origin as the universe. Wang Ting felt that he could tour and survive in the universe with just his body. This feeling was extremely strong, so strong that he wanted to put it to the test right away. Please keep reading on myb0xn0vl.c0m. Since ancient times, humans had been looking at the sky, yearning to visit the world above. Yet, after thousands of years, no one was able to escape the restraints of gravity. Even in modern times, when humans possessed technologies that allowed them to fly in the sky or spacecraft that could bring them into space, no one was able to step into the universe without any external help. Even general stage martial warriors couldn't tour the universe with their own power. Wang Ting's eyes sparkled. With a tap of his feet, his body gradually rose into the sky. He moved slowly at the start. As he flew up, his speed increased. Soon, he bolted straight into the atmosphere like an arrow released from its bow. A shrill sonic boom stabbed right into Wang Ting's eardrums. His body rubbed against the air around him, igniting sparks that finally turned into a large flame. Soon, the fire engulfed Wang Ting's body. However, neither the ear-piercing sonic boom nor the flames around him hurt Wang Ting. It didn't even burn his clothes. There was a layer of constellation force wrapped around his body. It completely cut off the flames and the sound around it. Wang Ting felt that it wasn't enough. He raised his speed and charged into space like a cannon. He disappeared on the spot within a split second, leaving a trail of eye-catching flames in the night sky behind him. But no one saw him because this scene appeared in the desert. After he reached the planetary stage, Wang Ting's speed hit a frightening level. He was able to travel faster than sound. It was impossible to spot him. At a certain moment, Wang Ting felt a resistance above him. Something seemed to be stopping him from leaving the earth. Wang Ting frowned. His gaze turned sharp and he released his fist. His fist aura cut through the sky. The invisible force stopping him disappeared, and Wang Ting continued shooting forward. Soon, there was only emptiness in front of him. The clouds, the air currents, everything was gone. Only the cold loneliness and emptiness didn't change. Universe comprised space and time. This was how the ancestors defined the universe. Wang Ting stood in the dark emptiness. The blue planet floated below him, with a boundless void in front. Some distance away, there were shimmering stars scattered on this black canvas. It was beautiful and out of the world. There were stars, countless of them. This was the first time he was standing in the universe. He felt emotional. The sense of achievement was incomparable. He could stand in the universe without any external help. The joy of breaking the boundaries of life welled up in his heart. This feels amazing. Wang Ting clenched his fist and smiled. Then, his gaze turned cold. He looked in Country Xia's direction and murmured to himself, "It's time to go back." The blue-haired young man sent his men to escort everyone related to Wang Ting to capital Xia. This included the Wang family, Lin Chuxia, Lin Chuhan, Dan Taixian, and even his classmates like Ho Pingliang and Bailey Qingfeng. Almost everyone who knew Wang Ting was caught. The technology of the alien civilization was extremely advanced. No one was able to escape their search. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. In the middle of capital Xia, a metallic high platform was being built below the gigantic alien spacecraft. The Wang family, Lin Chuhan, Lin Chuxia, and the others were locked up in different cages. These cages were hung in midair for everyone to enjoy. The blue-haired young man ordered his men to place a table and chair on the high platform. He then sat down casually. Beautiful ladies surrounded him, massaged his legs, and fed him food. He looked like a playboy. There was a faint smirk at the edge of his lips. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, "If you don't tell me where Wang Ting is, don't blame me for being merciless." He treated Wang Ting as his first opportunity on the earth. He would definitely get the clone skill. If these stupid and backward earthlings didn't cooperate with him, he didn't mind conducting a massacre. The entire Wang family was shocked and infuriated. They were worried. They didn't know that the aliens wanted to target Wang Ting. Grandpa Wang and the others didn't know why the alien invaders wanted to look for Wang Ting. However, they were certain that it wasn't for anything good. The younger generations and Wang Ting's aunts were terrified. They stared at Grandpa Wang unconsciously. "Why are you anxious? The worst is death," Grandpa Wang said calmly with a fierce aura, suppressing the astonishment and anger in his heart. "Dad, do you know where Wang Ting is? He's so powerful. He must be able to beat these aliens. If he doesn't come, the aliens will kill us," Wang Ting's aunt, Zhao Huili, stammered. Wang Shenghua and Li Ziyumia's faces turned black. "Mom!" Wang Yanan's expression changed, and called her mom hurriedly. They were blood-related. Her words were a little hurtful. "Enough. Little Ting might be a talent, but he isn't the alien's match. Aren't you sending him to death by asking him to come out?" Wang Shenghong was infuriated. "But if Wang Ting doesn't come, we will die," Zhao Huili said in fear. "I don't mind death, but Yanan and Yalong are still young." "You!" Wang Shenghong turned green in anger. He raised his hand and wanted to slap her. "All right, don't embarrass yourself." Grandpa Wang waved his hand and glanced at Zhao Huili. "Do you think these aliens will let us go after Little Ting comes? Those who are not our kin are sure to be of a different heart. Even if Little Ting appears, the aliens wouldn't release us. Little Ting is our only hope. If he stays hidden, we might live. The aliens will keep us alive to lure him." Zhao Huili was stunned by Grandpa Wang's words. She had made those statements out of fear, but Grandpa Wang's reminder doused her with a bucket of cold water. Her face turned pale. Wang Ting was their only hope, but what had she said? "Old man, you're too noisy." The blue-haired young man's expression turned ugly. He sneered. "It seems like you want to do this the hard way. All right, have a taste of despair. I have ample time to play with you." With a wave of his hand, the cage lit up with blue arcs. The people in the cages got electrocuted. They trembled in pain. The electrocution wouldn't cost them their lives, but they would experience continuous pain. It was a perfect torturing method. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 757 Capital Xia used to be the most prosperous city in the country, yet it was taken over by a huge spacecraft, which cast its large shadow over the city. In the center of Capital Xia, on a high platform made of metal, there laid a few cages with people locked up inside. Many people were looking at them from the tall buildings around them. The blue-haired young man didn't stop them. He was glad to see this scene. This was like an execution scene in the olden days. Normal people could spectate the scene to serve as a warning and frighten the public. The members of the Wang family weren't martial warriors, so they were in excruciating pain after the electrocution. They groaned in agony. But no one said anything. The blue-haired young man didn't get impatient. He wore a mocking smile on his face as he looked towards the other cage and asked, "You're Wang Ting's classmates, right? You are the closest friends he had in school. Do you know where he is?" Ho Pingliang, Bailey Qinfeng, Su Jie, Bai Wei, and a few others were locked up in this cage. They sat cross-legged on the ground. Although agitated, as martial warriors who had experienced calamities such as the Sea Beasts riot, they had a strong mentality. They were able to remain composed. What an unexpected catastrophe! Lu Shu pushed his glasses, reflecting light on the transparent glass. As expected of the man who I felt was dangerous. Even when he isn't around, his dangerous aura is affecting me. Bailey Qinfeng was tensed up. His muscles were bulging out like a wild beast ready to launch its attack. Yet his words made others speechless. I don't know about the danger, but that blue-haired fellow is too pretentious. He has so many beauties around him, yet he's enjoying them all alone. Outrageous! Song Shuheng said furiously. That's right, outrageous! Lu Shu's eyes lit up. He continued, Anyway, which one do you fancy? I like the one with a big chest. I like the one with a firm butt. That line is too exaggerating. My mom says that someone with a nice butt is a good wife. Bailey Qinfeng commented seriously. I like the one with long legs. I can play with those legs for a year. Song Shuheng said. The blue-haired young man, Su Jie, Bai Wei, and Yu Hao were speechless. Where did these three weirdos come from? Didn't they know what situation they were in currently? Wasn't their focus point a little askew? Enough, seriously. Ho Pingliang covered his face. He felt embarrassed. The smirk on the blue-haired young man's face below suddenly froze. He looked a little constipated. Constipation for 3 days straight. These three fellows dared to ignore his words and disregard him. They even commented on his servants in front of him. No one had ever dared to treat him with such disrespect. Yet these low-class earthlings he looked down upon did what others didn't and said what others wouldn't. How could he bear with it? Amazing! Y'all are amazing! He squeezed these words out of his mouth in anger. Instantly, glaring sparks appeared on the cage. The three young men trembled from the electrocution. They looked as if they had a spasm. Burnt smell wafted out from their bodies, and their hair stood up. A few seconds later, their faces turned black, and white smoke started floating out of their mouth. They kept twitching. The Wang family immediately felt that their electrocution was nothing when they saw their intense reaction. Grandpa Wang felt his face muscles trembling. They're here because of us. But they're a little cheeky. Wang Shenghua and Li Xiumei didn't know what to say. They had strange expressions on their faces, and they seemed hesitant to voice out their thoughts. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. I'll spare you for now. I'll teach a lesson properly later. The blue-haired young man snorted. He turned and looked at the last cage. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxiao were locked up there. The blue-haired young man's eyes lit up when he saw the two sisters. He had noticed them for a long time and was startled by their looks. Besides, they were sisters. He couldn't control the desire in his heart since they were already in his hands. The blue-haired young man stood up and came to the third cage. He looked at Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia and gave a gentle and handsome smile, or at least that was what he thought. He said in an arrogant tone, I know that you have a close relationship with Wang Ting. I'll give you one chance to tell me where he is. I won't make things difficult for you, and you can even be my servants." Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxiao were stunned. They were astounded as if they had heard something absurd. Was he asking them for Wang Ting's location? They didn't know, but even if they did, they wouldn't betray him. The funniest thing was, this blue-haired fellow wanted them to be his servants. He seemed to think that this was a gift for them. Were aliens all so strange? "Young master, what's good about these two female earthlings? Are they better than us?" Before Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxua could say anything, a pitiful and seductive voice sounded behind them. A beautiful young lady in a purple gown walked over with a pout. She stared at the blue-haired young man bitterly. This young lady was one of the servants of this blue-haired young man. It seemed that her status wasn't low. If not, she wouldn't have dared to speak to him voluntarily. "Look at what you're saying. They can't be compared with you guys, but they are still quite beautiful. Also, your young master needs a change of taste sometimes." The blue-haired young man held the lattice purple gown with a smile and said shamelessly. "Young master," the young lady dragged her words, whining in a sweet and seductive voice. The blue-haired young man's heart almost melted. He liked this servant dearly. Her figure and looks were top-notch, and he never got tired of listening to her voice. Hence, he didn't mind her occasional small tempers. "Sister, they're so disgusting." While they were flirting, someone interrupted them and spoiled the entire atmosphere. "That's right, they look like dogs." Another soft voice joined in the conversation. "Yeah, a male dog and a female dog that came from outer space." The person who spoke first laughed loudly, as if she had seen something extremely funny. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 758. The blue-haired young man and the lady in purple gown froze. They simultaneously turned to look at the two sisters in the cage. "Are you mocking me?" the blue-haired young man asked in disbelief. "Did I?" Lin Chuxia tilted her head and looked at the two of them innocently. "Young girl, do you know the consequences of having a glib tongue?" the lady in a purple gown asked unhappily. "Your tongue will get cut off." "Sister, I'm so scared. This old lady is evil." Lin Chuxia hurriedly hid in Lin Chuhan's arms like a frightened little bunny. The lattice face turned black. Her face was filled with astonishment as if she had heard something unbelievable. Her mind couldn't make sense of what was happening. Her face turned green in anger. She turned to the blue-haired young man and complained sweetly, "Young master, look at them. They're scolding me." The blue-haired young man waved his hand and said to the two sisters, "It looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Do you think that I have a good temper?" The young man seemed furious. He was mocked and embarrassed by these people time and again. His patience and temper were gone. Killing intent seeped out of his body. "Since none of you are talking, you can go and die. Once you are dead, that coward will definitely appear," the blue-haired young man said indignantly. "Young master, pass these two ladies to me. I'll educate them." The lady in a purple gown sneered. "No matter how tough they are, I'll make them obedient." "Good." The blue-haired young man gave an evil smile. Seemingly thinking of something, he nodded and continued, "I'll leave them in your hands. Don't disappoint me." "Don't worry. I promise that you'll be satisfied," the lady in a purple gown replied. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia's expressions changed slightly. Please keep reading on MYB 0xn0VL, D0T, C0M. This lady was indeed wicked. "We won't let you succeed even if we die," Lin Chuhan said resolutely. "That's not for you to decide." The lady in the purple gown wasn't worried that these two sisters would commit suicide. Their limbs were tied up and their force was sealed. They couldn't kill themselves. She said to a martial warrior at the side, Open the cage. I'll bring them out. The martial warrior gave an ambiguous smile and sniggered. Ziling, don't be too harsh on them. If you hurt them, young master won't be able to play with them. Humph, I don't need you to tell me that. Ziling rolled her eyes at the martial warrior. The martial warrior almost got mesmerized by her pretty and cheeky expression. He hurriedly shifted his gaze away, not daring to take another look. She was the young master's woman. If he took another look and offended the young master, he would be in trouble. He immediately opened the cage and raised his hand to invite Ziling to step forward. Ziling straightened her neck like an arrogant white swan and walked inside. She dragged Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia out roughly. She might look frail and weak, but she was a general stage martial warrior. The blue-haired young man had invested many Dan medicines in her. She was stronger than a normal martial warrior. Ziling patted Lin Chuxia's face and said, "Little girl, why don't you try being tough again?" Pfft. Lin Chuxia wasn't a delicate lady who was easy to bully. She spat saliva at Ziling. Ziling was stunned. She touched the saliva on her face with wide eyes. She was in disbelief. "What about me? Does my saliva taste good?" Lin Chuxia chuckled. "You're looking for death." Trembling in anger, Ziling raised her hand to slap her. Lin Chuhan charged forward and slammed into Ziling with her head. She couldn't care since her younger sister was about to get hit. Ziling didn't expect Lin Chuhan to be able to use such a brutal method after her force got sealed. They were standing quite close, so Lin Chuhan slammed into her chest. Her head throbbed in pain. She retreated uncontrollably. The slap intended for Lin Chuxia failed naturally. Ziling couldn't care about it. She clutched her chest and gasped in pain. She wished she could rub her chest to alleviate the pain, but the situation didn't allow her to. The expressions of the martial warriors beside her turned strange. However, they didn't dare to look again. They lowered their heads and pretended that they didn't see anything. The blue-haired young man coughed awkwardly and asked, Ziling, are you all right?" "Young master, I'm fine. I'm good." Ziling squeezed out a smile on her face. She was pale. "Why don't you take a rest first? There's no hurry to educate them." "I'm not in a rush," the blue-haired young man said. "No, I will educate them now. I'll let them know how I do things." Ziling gritted her teeth and said, all right. As long as you're happy," the blue-haired young man replied hurriedly. He felt that Ziling seemed exceptionally terrifying at this moment. Anger shot out of Ziling's eyes as she glared at Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia. If gazes could kill, the Lin sisters would have been cut into pieces. She must take revenge for hitting her chest. The blue-haired young man turned away and ordered his men to open the other two cages. He pulled the Wang family and Wang Ting's friends out and lined them up in a row on the high platform. He returned to his seat on the high platform and enjoyed the service of his beautiful servants. He then pointed at Grandpa Wang, who was the first in the row, and said coldly, "Let's start from him. Well, kill this old fellow first. Chop off his head and hang it up." Everyone's expression underwent a huge change. This blue-haired young man wanted to kill Grandpa Wang. Damn it! Wang Shenjun, Wang Shenghong, and the other members of the Wang family were infuriated. They came in front of Grandpa Wang to protect him. "Kill me if you dare." "Why are you targeting the elderly?" Wang Xinghua stood up and shouted. "Move. An old man should be the one to die first." Grandpa Wang pushed everyone aside and said calmly, "Dad!" Everyone was sorrowful. "Don't be impatient. Everyone will get their turn." The blue-haired young man didn't raise his head as he spoke. "Pull the others away. Kill the old man first." "Yes!" the martial warriors replied in unplanned unison before going forward to drag everyone away. "Bastard, how dare you!" Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The Wang family was struggling, so the martial warriors had to hold them back forcefully. They wanted to let them witness the death of Grandpa Wang personally. Dad, it's our fault. Wang Shengguo was filled with guilt. Tears fell down continuously. Don't be sorry. Tell little Ting that I'm proud of him. Grandpa Wang shook his head and gave a gentle smile. If you're done talking, you can die. A martial warrior raised his blade and aimed it at Grandpa Wang's neck. The Wang family shouted in despair. Attack! Furious shouts suddenly came from around them. A few figures dashed out from the high buildings and charged towards the platform. The little rats are finally moving. The blue-haired young man smirked. Stop them! A few figures rushed up the platform and started fighting with the martial warriors who had appeared in the sky. No time was wasted. Explosions resounded in the sky instantly. The martial warriors who dashed out were Dan Taixian, Yi Jisun, and a few other familiar faces. They didn't get caught by the blue-haired young man. They were planning to hide. When they heard that the Wang family got caught, they sneaked into capital Xia and hid in the tall skyscrapers. In the end, they still had to come out. The blue-haired young man wanted to kill the Wang family. Based on their relationship with Wang Ting, they wouldn't be able to face him if they didn't stop the young man. Dan Taixian and the others didn't think that the aliens were so powerful. They were at the disadvantage almost instantly. They had no extra energy to take care of the Wang family. The martial warrior on the high platform didn't get affected. He swung the blade in his hand down as if he hadn't seen the battle in the sky. This blade was extremely fast and sharp. Dan Taixian and the others wanted to help, but they didn't have the time. The Wang family thought that they were saved, but they rejoiced too soon. They closed their eyes in despair and pain. It was torture for them to witness the execution of Grandpa Wang. Especially his sons. They couldn't do anything even though their father was in danger. No one was able to understand their agony and suffering. The blade was inches away from Grandpa Wang's throat. Grandpa Wang felt the chilling cold stinging the skin on his throat. The blade glow had already wounded his skin. Blood seeped out. He closed his eyes without any fear. At his age, death didn't mean much anymore. He just didn't expect himself to die in the hands of aliens. He felt a tinge of regret. He didn't manage to see his beloved grandson getting married and having children. He wouldn't be able to witness the Wang family climbing to greater height. Grandpa Wang sighed from the bottom of his heart and closed his eyes. This might be his end, but it wouldn't be the end of the Wang family. However, the pain and death he expected didn't happen. Instead, a loud explosion echoed beside his ear. It was so close that his eardrums started hurting from the vibration. At the same time, a strong wind brushed against his face. He almost fell back due to the impact. A gentle force held him up and stabilized his body. Grandpa Wang opened his eyes slowly and saw a familiar person standing in front of him. The alien who was holding the blade a moment ago had fallen to the ground. Little Ting. Grandpa Wang couldn't believe his eyes. This person was Wang Ting. He had rushed here from the Sahara Desert. Grandpa! Wang Ting turned and glanced at Grandpa Wang. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry that I made you suffer. You shouldn't have come back." Grandpa Wang wasn't elated. Instead, he was worried. "It's all right. I'll take it from here." Wang Ting shook his head without any explanation. He turned and looked at the blue-haired young man, his expression turning cold. "All of you deserve to die. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 759. Wang Ting suddenly appeared on the high platform as if he had materialized out of thin air. The abrupt eruption attracted everyone's gaze. The first person to react was Grandpa Wang, followed by the Wang family and the other martial warriors. Dan Taixian, Yi Jisun, and the other general stage martial warriors heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the familiar figure on the high platform. This fellow was finally back. Regardless, the Wang family was saved temporarily. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiumei were stunned when they saw Wang Xinghua. Tears continued falling down their eyes involuntarily. You couldn't blame them for being too weak. A normal human was nothing in front of these alien invaders. They didn't have any chance of resisting. No one could understand their pain and suffering. They were overjoyed and worried at the same time. They were elated because Wang Ting's appearance meant Grandpa Wang was safe. It also saved the entire Wang family. They were worried because the aliens were too powerful. Would Wang Ting be their match? Wang Shenghong, Wang Shenjun, Zhao Huili, and others felt emotional. This was the joy of surviving an ordeal. Wang Yanan's gaze landed on Wang Tang. She could finally feel at ease. She seemed to have found her moral support. The younger ones like Wang Haoran and Fang Qianwen shouted in excitement. In their eyes, Wang Ting was the strongest. He was a famous genius in country Xia and even the world. With his appearance, he would definitely be able to defeat the aliens and take revenge for them. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia's eyes shone brightly when they saw Wang Ting. This was the only thought in their minds. Is that your man? Ziling stared at them in disdain when she saw their expressions. She received 2 angry replies. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia didn't care about their image and cursed directly in front of these alien invaders. However, after they said it, they were stunned. Lin Chuhan. When the lady said that Wang Ting was their man, Lin Chuxia didn't disagree. Instead, she shouted back at the lady too. Lin Chuhan shook her head. Chuxia was probably furious and retorted because they shared the same hatred for the enemy. She stopped thinking about this. After all, this wasn't the right time to think about such random things. Ziling got enraged again. She glared at them and said, "Wait for young master to kill him. He has killed many so-called geniuses on this planet." Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxiao were furious. Lin Chuxiao wanted to respond, but Lin Chuhan pulled her back and shook her head. Lin Chuxia swallowed her anger and looked in the direction of the platform. Her gaze was filled with concern. Ziling scoffed and kept quiet. She wondered what hopeless expression they would give after Wang Ting got killed. Things would get more interesting then. The blue-haired young man stood up slowly. His face was filled with contempt as he stared into Wang Ting's eyes and opened his mouth. "Did you just say I deserve to die? Is there something wrong with your mind?" Wang Ting tilted his head slightly and looked at the other party as if he was an idiot. "I said all of you deserve to die. All of you, not just you. Don't you understand the human language? Something wrong with my mind?" The blue-haired young man was stunned. He was in a daze from the scolding. This brat was sharp-tongued. The blue-haired young man had never received such treatment before. His expression turned gloomy, and the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. Some distance away, the general stage martial warriors stared at them weirdly. As expected of Wang Ting, sharp-tongued and conceited, he wasn't afraid of these aliens with profound abilities and hurled insults at them as he normally would. He was the real Wang Ting. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxiao were staggered too. They felt a tinge of sympathy towards the blue-haired young man. Ziling, who was beside them, froze. She was appalled. Did she hear correctly? Did he really say that? The respectable young master in her heart got scolded? Where did this earthling get his courage from? "Do you want to die?" The blue-haired young man squinted at him and asked furiously. "Come on, babe." Wang Ting hooked his finger at him. The blue-haired young man went into a daze. He didn't understand what Wang Ting was saying. Wang Ting didn't want to waste any more time. His expression turned dark and he shouted, "Come here, you idiot!" Everyone was shocked by his shout, and they stared at him absent-mindedly. Their minds shut off temporarily. The blue-haired young man's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Anger had engulfed him entirely. A powerful force of presence surged out from his body as his blood boiled. He tapped the ground with his feet, leaving a large hole on the ground. Cracks like spiderwebs spread around the hole. The blue-haired young man shot out, turning into lingering shadows as he dashed towards Wang Ting. He had exceeded the speed of light. Wang Ting turned serious. He stomped the ground, smashing the head of the martial warrior in charge of the execution of Grandpa Wang. Blood splattered everywhere, and a huge hole appeared below it. Wang Ting had already disappeared. Dan Taixian and Yi Jisin were flabbergasted when they saw this scene from the sky. Waves of bewilderment crashed into their hearts. This wasn't the speed of a general stage martial warrior. They exchanged glances with each other. An incredible thought popped out in their minds. Had Wang Ting reached that level? At this moment, Wang Ting and the blue-haired young man had already collided. Both of them released their fists. It was brute force against brute force. A thick constellation force erupted from their bodies. The constellation force on the blue-haired young man's body was blue in color. It rose up behind him like a towering tsunami, surging towards Wang Ting in full force. Wang Ting didn't dare to be careless. The star formed from the constellation Earth Force started spinning furiously above the sea of nihility in his body. Boundless constellation Earth Force shot out. The constellation Earth Force gathered into a mountain with Wang Ting in the middle. It pressed down on the gigantic wave opposite him, forcing it down. Some distance away, the spectators could no longer see signs of the blue-haired young man or Wang Ting. They only saw the towering tsunami and the majestic mountain. It was a grand and magnificent scene. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 760 Huge waves formed of force swept through the air. However, they couldn't move the mountain erected in front. Suddenly, the two illusions disappeared, and the two young men separated. They were Wang Ting and the blue-haired young man. After retreating a few hundred meters within a split second, they floated in mid-air and stared at each other. You've indeed advanced to the planetary stage. The blue-haired young man was dumbfounded. He turned grim. Wang Ting didn't reply to him, but his reaction was a confirmation of the guess. Dan Taixian and Yi Jisin saw this scene some distance away. They couldn't hide the astonishment on their faces nor suppressed the bewilderment in their hearts. Wang Ting had advanced to a stage no one on Earth had ever reached. From what the blue-haired young man said, this realm was called. They didn't understand what these three words represented, but they knew that the power represented by this stage was incomparable. The power of the attack and the speed they used to test one another was already beyond their imagination. On the other side, Zi Ling's eyes widened in surprise too. This earthling had reached the planetary stage. She thought that Wang Ting would be ruthlessly tortured to death by her master, but this earthling wasn't a weakling easy to bully. The blue-haired young man opened his mouth and said with a calm expression, "The clone is yours, right? You hadn't reached the planetary stage at that time, so you used your clone as a scout while you stayed hidden. After you advanced to the planetary stage by some means, you think that you have the power to fight with me, so you came out. Am I right?" Wang Ting didn't deny it. "If that's true, you're too naive." The blue-haired young man sneered. "You don't know the distance between you and me. There's a difference between planetary stages. I wonder what luck you have to be able to advance to the planetary stage on this underdeveloped planet, but you won't be able to comprehend the difference between the weak and the strong." The blue-haired young man's arrogant words echoed in the sky. The expressions of the Earth's martial warriors around them changed. He might sound a little conceited, but this was the truth. The martial arts civilization on Earth and in outer space was different. Wang Ting might have reached the planetary stage, but suddenly, a terrifying force exploded from the blue-haired young man's body. He disappeared on the spot, leaving no traces of him behind, not even a lingering shadow. He appeared directly in front of Wang Ting and laughed like a maniac. You should feel fortunate to be able to die in my hands. An ice-blue battle sword had appeared in his hand. He aimed it directly at Wang Ting's heart. The tip of the sword was covered with a cold ice-blue glow. It seemed to be able to cut the air. A clear white line appeared in midair. The wind brushed against the blue-haired young man's hair, blowing it up. His cold-blooded and arrogant face was revealed to everyone. On the other hand, Wang Ting's expression didn't change despite facing such a powerful move. His gaze remained composed as he stared into the blue-haired young man's eyes. The blue-haired young man was stunned. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. A clear metallic clang was heard. No one knew when this strange pitch-black weapon appeared in the path of the long sword and forcefully blocked the lethal attack. Naturally, MOK couldn't be compared with the ice-blue long sword, but Wang Ting had enveloped it with a thick layer of earth force, so its defense ability was incredible. That was why it didn't get chopped into two instantly. Even so, a faint white mark could be seen on MO-Quebec. It was obviously left by the ice-blue long sword. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. He felt powerful energy surging towards him, knocking his entire body backward. The blue-haired young man rushed forward and struck his ice-blue long sword out continuously. The frightening sword glow flew towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting tapped his feet in midair to stop himself from falling back. Then, he twisted his body and dodged the multiple slashes of the sword. His mind spun furiously. He knew that he couldn't beat the blue-haired young man with only one element. His opponent wasn't a beginner in the planetary stage. He had at least reached the third level of the planetary stage. It was recorded in the planetary stage scriptures that there were 9 levels in the planetary stage. Every advancement in level would cause a great change to your ability, allowing you to overpower any low-level martial warriors in your realm. By right, based on level, Wang Ting would never be the blue-haired young man's match. After all, Wang Ting was only at the first level of the planetary stage. The difference between the first and third level was huge. Fortunately, he had his trump cards. All his 5 basic elements had advanced to the planetary stage simultaneously. If he released them in unison, he wouldn't lose to the blue-haired young man. At the same time, another 2 stars started spinning in Wang Ting's body. They were the wood star and the water star. Wood, water, and earth. The forces within these 3 stars erupted. Wang Ting held his weapon with both hands and threw it out. Green, blue, and yellow colors merged together, forming a terrifying blade glow. The blue-haired young man squinted. He didn't have any time to waste. He quickly released his force and wielded his sword. A sword glow cut through the air and met with the blade glow. This sword and blade glow shot right into the sky, almost boring a hole in it. The 2 glows collided and started destroying each other. A deafening explosion occurred. The strong gale swept through the sky. Everyone fell from the impact. The alien martial warriors under the blue-haired young man couldn't care about Dan Taixian and the other Earth martial warriors anymore. They quickly retreated until they couldn't be harmed by the residual impact. Dan Taixian and the others protected the Wang family and brought them away from the battleground of Wang Ting and the blue-haired young man. They were ordinary people, so the aftereffects were enough to cost them their lives. The residual impact wreaked havoc, destroying numerous skyscrapers in the surroundings. This used to be the prosperous central district of capital Xia, so there were many skyscrapers, office buildings, and shopping malls. However, everything was razed. After the blade and sword glow devoured each other, Wang Ting and the blue-haired young man's figure could finally be seen again. The blue-haired young man stood on a building that was chopped into 2 and stared at Wang Ting, who was standing erect on another tall tower. He opened his mouth with an ugly expression. "You possess 3 elements. He sounded exasperated and unconvinced. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. He always thought that he was a genius, a level higher than other aliens. The Earthlings on this underdeveloped planet were nothing to him. Yet, he discovered an Earthling who was on par with him in terms of ability and even possessed more talent than him. As someone who just reached the planetary stage, he was able to fight with a third-level planetary stage martial warrior. This sudden change was a huge blow to the arrogant young man. "Didn't you say you wanted to show me the difference between the weak and the strong?" Wang Ting asked in a calm tone. "Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters." There were no emotions in his monotonous voice, but his words were extremely stinging to the blue-haired young man. He felt humiliated and embarrassed. The blue-haired young man's face turned green and white in anger. Damn it, he didn't expect an Earthling to have such exceptional talent. He knew a few other geniuses, but none of them possessed 3 different elements and had all 3 of them reaching the planetary stage. There weren't many talents like him in the universe. Yet, there was one on this underdeveloped planet. He didn't understand. No matter what, this was a tight slap to his face. The blue-haired young man had never felt so embarrassed before. His face was hurting. "Don't stop. Continue your performance." Wang Ting hooked his finger at the blue-haired young man again. He wanted to trample the young man's confidence little by little. He would shatter everything this young man was proud of one by one. This was the only way to appease his anger. "This is outrageous." The blue-haired young man exploded in anger. This Earthling had the balls to humiliate him? Where did he get his confidence from? What right did he have? Who did he think he was? Anger overpowered his logic. The blue-haired young man furiously activated the constellation force in his body and charged toward Wang Ting. Violent explosions ensued. The 2 young men turned into 2 rays of light. They collided in the air without stopping, destroying numerous buildings with their attacks. They fought from the ground to the sky, from the sky to the top of the spacecraft. No matter how hard the blue-haired young man tried, he wasn't able to hurt Wang Ting. The longer he fought, the more he felt that his opponent was extraordinary. This Earthling was able to survive to this moment with his first-level planetary stage ability. Only a real genius could do this. He had to admit that he wasn't as talented as this Earthling. But the more he felt this way, the stronger his jealousy. His eyes turned red, and he lost his composure entirely. The light around his battle sword grew thicker, and a blue sword glow stabbed into the sky. Roaring waves 100 meters tall surged out, one after another. There seemed to be no end to them. They covered the entire sky. Ultima Water Sword Skill. 1,000 crashing ripples. Large waves crashed towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting stared at the waves seriously. He could sense the overwhelming power of this move, so he immediately released the 5 forces in his body. The 5 different elements shot out of his body. At the same time, a sword glow exploded from the MOK in his hand. It soared into the sky. Scorching flames congregated on the surface. This was the planetary stage battle technique he had received. He had used his blank attributes to raise it to the perfected stage. Besides that, he merged the other 4 different elements sword conscious into this sword move. The sword glow became even more terrifying. The energy inside turned berserk. They were going to explode at any moment. Amidst the terrifying airwaves, Wang Ting felt that he was on the verge of losing control of his sword. He released his move without any hesitation. Raging flames covered the surface of the sword glow as it swept towards the towering waves. The sky was split into 2, waves on one side and flames on another. It was a majestic sight. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 761, The waves and flames enhanced each other's beauty as they lit up the entire sky. The people below raised their head. They were flabbergasted. Was this the power of a battle between planetary stage martial warriors? Every attack was like a catastrophe. It was appalling. Even a 13-star general stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to withstand this blow, much less a normal general stage martial warrior. Can Wang Ting win? Dan Taishin asked in a hoarse voice. She was worried. Yi Jisun was just beside her. He sighed and shook his head. There was astonishment in his gaze. In the past, they were formidable warriors on Earth, prominent figures of their generation, and widely acknowledged talent. However, in front of these powerful planetary stage martial warriors, all their pride was shattered, and their mentality almost collapsed. The Wang family was anxious too. Grandpa Wang, Wang Xingguo, and Li Xiumei stared intently at the battle in the sky. Even if their hearts trembled at the frightening impact, they didn't shift their gazes away. They were worried that Wang Ting might get injured. Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxiao were also staring at the violent collisions in the sky. The worry on their beautiful faces was apparent. Ziling couldn't care about them anymore. She thought that this earthling was just a small character whom her master could kill easily, but he managed to force her master to this stage. She started to get nervous. Would her master fail miserably at this simple task? He wouldn't. Ziling shook her head furiously to swing this absurd thought out of her mind. At this moment, a change occurred to the stalemate in the sky. A terrifying energy fluctuation exploded within the roaring flames. It kept expanding: gold, blue, yellow, green. 4 glaring light rays shot out from the crimson flames. Against the backdrop of the burning flames, the rays of light looked like frightening airwaves surging out of a flaming bomb on the verge of exploding. This change occurred without any warning. A scary explosion erupted amidst the flames before everyone could react. Exceptionally violent force fluctuations swept towards towering waves opposite it. The sky-high waves shattered like a piece of glass. The waves formed by water force evaporated under high heat. They turned into water vapor and rose into the air. How is this possible? Screams of fear and disbelief came from behind the waves. The voice was drowned by the violent blast. The terrifying residual impact swept through the sky, submerging the last wave at the back. The impact hadn't died down. A figure was thrown out from the wave. The figure was thrown back a few hundred meters, smashing directly into a skyscraper at the side. A large hole in the shape of a human was left behind. The figure disappeared immediately into the building. However, everyone still saw his figure clearly. It was the blue-haired young man. Young master! Ziling was flabbergasted. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what was happening. Her greatest support got defeated so easily? And he lost to an earthling from this underdeveloped planet. How could she accept this reality? The other alien martial warriors were horrified too. Their expressions were the same as Ziling. They couldn't believe that their young master lost to an earthling. At this moment, a figure soared down from the sky, heading straight for the building the blue-haired young man had collided into. He was going to kill the blue-haired young man. The other aliens gritted their teeth. They knew that Wang Ting was powerful, but they had to act now. They dashed forward and attempted to stop him. Wang Ting's gaze turned sharp. He wielded his MOK, and a glaring white blade glow cut through the air at the speed of lightning. The powerful martial warriors felt their hearts shuddering when they met Wang Ting's gaze. Extreme fear overwhelmed them. They were stunned for a moment. The blade glow slashed through the air, chopping the alien martial warriors into two like vegetables. They didn't even have the time to scream. Large amounts of blood spurted out and death came instantly. Their severed bodies plummeted to the ground. The other martial warriors turned pale when they saw this scene. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to move forward. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Wang Ting was too lazy to look at them. he rushed into the ruins of the skyscraper. After a few seconds, he came out with someone in his hand. The person was in a miserable state. His clothes were torn and tattered, and blood kept dripping down the edge of his lips. He seemed to be seriously injured. However, he wasn't unconscious. He felt humiliated to be caught by Wang Ting and struggled furiously. But he had no way of resisting Wang Ting now. He looked like a duck caught by the neck and was waiting to get slaughtered. Wang Ting walked out of the ruins with his blade in one hand and the blue-haired young man in another. He scanned the crowd with an emotionless gaze. There was blood shining on the blade. It dripped on the ground drop by drop. The alien invaders were thunderstruck. They looked at the tall and lofty figure as if he were a frightening presence. No one spoke. The next instant cheers erupted. It wasn't from the Wang family or from Yi Jisun and Dan Taixian. It was from the numerous ordinary people watching around them. Many people had started watching when the blue-haired young man began torturing the Wang family. Thus, they saw the blue-haired young man getting defeated firsthand and cheered. Alien invaders, get out of capital Xia! Get out of Earth! Everyone started cheering and screaming, venting the emotions in their hearts. They were in despair, thinking that they would become the slaves of these aliens and live under their command. They didn't expect Wang Ting to come back and defeat these formidable alien invaders. How could they not be happy? How could they control their cheers? The Wang family regained their senses and cried in joy. No one could control their emotions after experiencing such ups and downs. Li Xiaomei covered her mouth. Tears flowed down her eyes. She had suffered much worry and fear. Wang Xinghua clutched her hand and pulled her into his arms. He patted her back, comforting her. It's all right, it's all right. We won. Dan Taixian heaved a long sigh of relief. She couldn't hide the happiness in her eyes. Yes, we won. Yi Jisun's gaze was complicated. He was happy, but he felt the sadness of losing out. Wang Ting had progressed too quickly. He couldn't see his back view anymore. A strong sense of helplessness and frustration filled up his heart. He felt that he had been forsaken by the era. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 762 Wang Ting floated down from the few hundred meters tall building. He threw the blue-haired young man on the ground, as if he were throwing a dead animal away. The blue-haired young man rolled a few times due to inertia. His entire body was covered with dust, and he looked tragic. No one could see any signs of arrogance in him anymore. You! The blue-haired young man trembled in anger. His face turned green. He had never suffered such embarrassment. He struggled to get up. Even though he was defeated, he wouldn't allow himself to appear miserable. Ziling was standing not far away. When the blue-haired young man raised his head, he saw her standing there absent-mindedly. He was furious. Why are you staring into space? Help me up. Oh, right. Ziling was dumbfounded by Wang Ting's fearless actions and had just regained her composure. She quickly rushed forward, wanting to help the blue-haired young man up. However, at this moment, Wang Ting walked over. Ziling's eyes landed on his indifferent face. Her body tensed up, and she didn't dare to take another step forward. Do you want to die? The blue-haired young man roared. His entire body was in pain. His expression turned distorted when he noticed Ziling's hesitance. Did I say you can get up? A voice entered the blue-haired young man's ears. His expression changed uncontrollably. However, before he could react, Wang Ting stepped on his head. The blue-haired young man felt a strong force, and his head banged into the ground involuntarily. It gave a dull thud. Wang Ting stepped on the blue-haired young man's face, allowing him to have intimate contact with the ground. The blue-haired young man widened his eyes in astonishment. He didn't believe that Wang Ting dared to do this to him. Ziling was dumbstruck. She stared at Wang Ting in a daze, as if he were a devil. Her face turned pale, and she took a few steps back unconsciously. Wang Ting. The blue-haired young man squeezed these two words out of his throat in exasperation. He sounded bitter and furious, like there was a deep hatred between the two of them. Wang Ting lowered his head and met the blue-haired young man's gaze. He remained calm. However, the edge of his lips lifted up a little. "I like your expression. You look like an evil dog wanting to bite a person but is unable to. After all, you're just a dog." Anger shot out of the blue-haired young man's eyes. His gaze turned cold and ruthless. He said angrily, "Do you know who I am?" "I don't want to know the identity of a dead person," Wang Ting replied calmly. He increased the strength of his leg and pushed the blue-haired young man's face against the ground, rubbing it violently. Bloody wounds appeared on his face due to the abrasion. More blood flowed out of his mouth. "Ha, ignorance is bliss." The blue-haired young man snorted even though he was being tortured. "The entire country Xia. No, the entire planet will pay a terrible price for your actions. All the humans on this planet will die because of your arrogance and ignorance. You can kill me, but none of you can stay alive either. Remember, none of you. Your parents, your woman, your friends, everyone will suffer horrendous torture before dying, and it's all because of you. Do you think you can rest in peace after defeating me? Naive, ridiculous, ignorant." The blue-haired young man's gaze was filled with bitterness and contempt. He seemed to be mocking Wang Ting for overestimating his ability and his ignorance. "That's right, our young master is the direct descendant of the Lan family from the Olant Federation. Do you know what kind of status the Lan family has? It controls 3 life planets. The martial arts progression and technology on them are many times stronger than your planet. If you touch him, the entire Earth will die. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, D0T, C0M. Ziling seemed to have found her confidence again. Pride reappeared on her pretty face. She looked at Wang Ting with disdain and said, "Release young master and kneel to beg for mercy. Young master might act benevolent and spare the lives of the other humans on this earth." Dan Taixian and the Wang family walked over at this moment. Their expressions turned ugly when they heard Ziling control 3 life planets. They didn't dare to believe that there was such a frightening huge figure. If they got targeted, Earth would be done for. No one expected another terrifying presence to come out after they finally defeated the alien invaders. There seemed to be dark clouds hovering above them, pressing down on them until they couldn't breathe. Wang Ting was stunned too. He wasn't frightened, but he didn't expect this blue-haired young man to have such a powerful background. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. 3 life planets? This power was amazing. Are you scared? If you are, release young master. When the martial warrior troop from Lan family descends on Earth, you will regret your decision. Ziling thought that Wang Ting was afraid when she saw his expression and looked at him proudly. "Noisy." Wang Ting frowned. He waved his hand and his force gathered into a large hand. He slapped Ziling violently. Ziling spat out a mouth of blood along with 2 teeth. She was thrown a few meters away. She covered her face in disbelief. This earthling dared to hit her? "I never hit ladies, but you're too evil, so you're not a lady." Wang Ting glanced at her. "What do you mean by am not a lady?" This fellow said that she wasn't a lady because he wanted to find an excuse to hit her. Dan Taichuan's expression turned strange. She stared at Ziling as if she was an idiot. This lady wasn't powerful and was just a servant. Where did she get her sense of superiority from? How dare she order Wang Ting as if she had control over him? She deserved to be beaten. She didn't understand her own ability. "Good job!" Lin Chuxia shouted. She complained to Wang Ting. brother-in-law, she bullied us just now and even wanted to groom us so that we could serve her young master. Wang Ting looked at the Lin sisters apologetically when he heard her. Then, he squinted slightly, shooting out an ice-cold, dangerous glare at Ziling. Have you decided how you should die? This lady dared to lay her hands on Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia. She must die. Ziling shivered. She could feel the killing intent from Wang Ting and quivered in fear. Her beautiful face turned extremely pale. She stuttered, I didn't. I'm asking if you have decided how you should die? Wang Ting frowned and asked again. No, don't kill me. Young master, save me. Ziling felt Wang Ting's desire to kill her. She trembled like a leaf in the wind in fear, and started pleading for help from the blue-haired young man below Wang Ting's feet. What an idiot! The blue-haired young man cursed in his heart. He couldn't even save himself. How could he help him? Wang Ting looked at her in disdain when he saw her acting like a bitch. He raised his hand and pointed. A blood rose blossomed on Ziling's forehead. It was beautiful. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 763. Don't be afraid, it doesn't hurt. The blood-red flower blossomed on her forehead. It was gorgeous. This was a lethal flower. Took away a beautiful life. Ziling's big eyes were wide open as the glimmer in them disappeared gradually, replaced by stillness. The fear and disbelief remained on her face. She didn't think that Wang Ting would really kill her without any hesitation after he said he would. He didn't even give her a chance to beg for mercy. Her life was taken away in a split second. Weak and fragile. How pitiful! How sorrowful! The blue-haired young man wasn't saddened by her death. However, his heart palpitated, and he had an ominous feeling. It sent chills down his spine and caused goosebumps on his body. This earthling was so scary. He killed without batting an eye. His expression didn't change from the moment he murdered Ziling. He remained extremely indifferent. How many people had he killed to gain this ruthless personality? Many talents he knew in the universe couldn't reach this stage. He suddenly regretted provoking this earthling. Clone skill? The land of awakening? They were nothing compared to his life. They could all be forsaken. He was afraid that Wang Ting would kill him immediately. It was possible based on the decisiveness and cruelness he had just displayed. The power of the Lan family might not be able to scare a ruthless man like him. Wang Ting didn't know what the blue-haired young man was thinking. However, he would kill anyone that hurt Lin Chuhan and his family. There was no room for negotiation. He didn't care who it was. This was his bottom line. He didn't just frighten the blue-haired young man. Even Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxiao were stunned. They were touched. Their gaze turned soft and gentle as they looked at him. This young man was able to do this for them. It was worth it. Dan Taixian, Yi Jisun, and the others didn't interrupt him. They had seen too many deaths and knew that you mustn't show mercy to your enemy. They might have been shocked by the blue-haired young man's background a moment ago, but after thinking about it carefully, they understood that there was no room for discussion. Would the blue-haired young man let them go if they begged for mercy? They weren't naive. Hence, everyone looked at Wang Ting to see his decision. The atmosphere turned tense. The blue-haired young man felt the palpable tension too. His gaze flickered. However, his arrogance didn't allow him to plead for his life. He could only force himself to remain calm. You can't kill me. The entire planet will have to take responsibility for your actions. You can't bear the consequences. Think about your parents, your companions. They won't remember your good deeds. They will only know that you were the one to get them killed. You will be condemned by everyone. If you let me go, I promise I'll pretend nothing had happened. All of our grudges will be thrown away, and we'll stay in our own lanes from now onwards. Based on your talent, the universe will be a huge stage for you. You will gain greater strength and see a broader future. You don't have to struggle with me. You're a smart person. You should understand the ways of the world. The blue-haired young man guided him systematically to remove Wang Ting's thought of killing him. He was smarter than Ling. He didn't force Wang Ting too much, but he still remained a little tough. Although his face was being stepped on, he was still able to remain calm and negotiate his survival. He was the direct line descendant of a large family, so he wouldn't give up easily. Wang Ting lowered his head. There was an ambiguous smile on his face as he said with interest, "Do you think I care about what others think of me?" "What do you mean?" The blue-haired young man was stunned. "What do I need to care about other people's death?" Wang Ting asked. The blue-haired young man looked at Wang Ting's nonchalant expression and felt his blood running cold. He realized that he had made a huge blunder. He overestimated Wang Ting's bottom line. How cruel! You don't care about their lives. The blue-haired young man felt a bitter taste in his throat. You're the vicious one. After all, you killed them, not me. Even if we went to hell, you will get punished. It has nothing to do with me. When I have the ability, I'll take revenge for them, Wang Ting said righteously. The blue-haired young man was speechless. Damn it, he felt that Wang Ting made so much sense. He didn't know what to say. Anyway, if I bring my family and friends away from Earth, will your Lan family be able to find us? Wang Ting smiled and asked. You! The blue-haired young man was astounded. He guessed what Wang Ting wanted to do. The universe was huge. If Wang Ting brought his family and friends with him, the Lan family would be looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be almost impossible to find them. Besides, if Wang Ting killed him, he didn't know if the Lan family would create a fuss over a dead descendant. After all, the Lan family was just a normal elite family in the Oland Federation. It wouldn't be hard for Wang Ting to find a more powerful family to support him with his amazing talent. The blue-haired young man's face turned ugly. He thought that this earthling was inexperienced, so he would listen obediently to him after scaring him a little. Yet, he wasn't affected by his words at all. Wang Ting squatted down and smiled. So, don't think about threatening me. I don't mind threats. A golden brick suddenly appeared in his hand. He aimed it at the blue-haired young man's head. What do you want to do? The blue-haired young man jumped in fright. He had a bad feeling. It's all right, don't be afraid. It won't hurt. It will be fine after a while, Wang Ting comforted him softly. Do you think I'll believe you? The blue-haired young man screamed in his heart. Wang Ting didn't give him any chance to react. He raised his brick and smashed it down. No, the blue-haired young man squinted. The remainder of his sentence was pushed back into his throat by the brick. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds resounded in the area. Everyone saw Wang Ting holding a brick and hurling it at the blue-haired young man's face. His arm turned into lingering shadows because of his speed. The muscles on their faces started twitching. Ruthless. This young man was heartless. He was a brick maniac. Couldn't he give him a fast death? Every time he used the brick, the person would turn into a pig's head. This wasn't humane. Wang Ting didn't think too much. He picked up some attribute bubbles dropped by the blue-haired young man, but he felt that it wasn't enough. There weren't many spirit and enlightenment attributes, so he continued beating him. That was it. He had no other intention. He didn't like torturing people. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.